What is a ray of light without the shadow it creates? What is the darkness without desire for flame? What is a warrior without a worthy foe? What would you like to do? It's time to roll. When the lines between good and evil are blurred, no one knows if there is Dune or Paler came first. An ancient struggle throughout all time to push against the other keeps both upright. Is the coming chaos worth the peace? Is it all just a puzzle to complete? A one-sided coin can't exist, isn't real, and thus goes the tales of Ethyl. Thus goes the tales of Ethyl.
Hello, everyone. I think we're up. Yes, we are up. Okay, we've got music going. Everything seems to be working so far. Let's cross our fingers, because it always goes wrong for Tales of Ethyl. What's up, everyone? We are here for episode 25 of Tales of Ethyl, because we've been doing this for a very long fucking time. Let's go ahead and start with our introductions. In my bottom left, we've got Silas.
Hi, I'm Zephyr. I play Silas, once barbarian cleric, now fighter.
Usually we have Kazim after that, but he is out today, but he should be joining us not next week, because we might not make it next week, I don't know, but he's got other things going on. But he will be joining us the week after that. He's not gone, he's just not here right now. So next to Silas instead, we have Aimee.
Hi guys, Dyer here. Also, hey bestie, 14 months.
14
bestie.
months, this is a long ass time, goddamn. Goddamn!
Yeah.
I have 6.
Right next to him, right next to her. Yeah, I'm tired today. I'm tired. It's hot. And I'm tired today. Right next to her. Yeah, right. Right next to her, we've got. Hold on. Right next to her, we've got our special guest still, Zorn.
Hello, I am Seb, or should I say I am Zorn?
And last but not least, as always, we've got Lindell.
Hello, everyone. This is going to be exciting today.
Yes, always.
Always. It's never been anyone other than, it's never been anyone ever. I don't know who you're talking about. I'm going to go back and I'm going to like change all the episode pictures to just Lindell there.
No, save that for next year. That's a great April.
I'm just gonna fucking gaslight everyone that listens, thinking that Nico never existed.
You know, if you should also take one episode in particular, and whenever anyone says Nico, you just have a very monotone voice going
Lindell. Yeah, over and over.
Give me a week. I can do
for
it.
one day, I'll make one episode just turn for the whole time Nico never existed.
Long stretches of silence.
Yeah. Okay,
We'll
guys.
just go through and record everybody saying Lindell in like the most natural voice ever. Play whatever shit.
Alright, and I am Uppercase Karma. I am your DM, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing, but thanks for joining us on this adventure anyway. Hopefully we're going to have a little bit of fun today, because, yeah, we left on a bit of an interesting note. But before we get started, I'm going to do it the same way that I always do. If you're listening to the disc or the Spotify's, if you're watching on the YouTubes, or if you're watching on the TikToks, please like and subscribe and all that good shit so that it gets out and more people could watch us, because we're having too much goddamn fun here. Let's start this episode the same way I always do, with a shot. Tink. Cheers, y'all. Here's to the campaign.
I'm not a pussy bitch.
Hold on, I need to get more milk.
Who's got milk?
All right, Mistrix. All right.
Oh god. Replace it so that Seb has been Mistrix the entire time.
I'll just have Seb dub all over all of your lines and stuff.
I could get a script written up.
Holy shit, that'd be fucking incredible. That'd be funny as hell.
Yep.
But, alright. Let's see where we last left off. Nico's left the party, and these interesting other group had joined us of a young elf woman and a young orc named Lindell and Zorn. They'd come to the city in search for the friend Tamiel, which the rest of the group has been a little bit evasive of. Kazim had an interesting waking moment where his version of Tamiel was in his room, paralyzed him, and stole his dagger. Obviously upset, he had set out and told all the guards and archmage that Nico and Tamiel are now wanted criminals for breaking and entering. We don't know where they are. We don't know if they're going to be found. We don't know what's going to happen after that. And he decided to tell the rest of his group just in case to make sure if they find Nico to turn him in. They went off to Aimi's tent, who for some reason was setting up some kind of trap, almost it seemed. She seemed to be setting up what looks to be a long rope and some kind of like dial of some kind that she has strapped to her waist. It seems to be some kind of like hourglass or something, as the rope that she's been creating goes into Kazim's bag of holding, which was also stolen. We aren't really sure how she got it when Tamiel's the one that stole it. Obviously, it must have come from him some reason, but Aimi seems convinced that Tamiel has been, or at least seems that way, convinced that the bag of holding has swallowed our companion, and they must go in to find them for some reason. We aren't sure what to find in there. He says something about a Bagman. None of you have heard or seen of one, but except for Zorn. Zorn's heard of them, but again, one of those, no one's actually seen one. As you all began venturing into the bag of holding, as Kazim walked off, not interested, not wanting to participate in this, it was Aimi, Zorn, Lindell, and Silas that began making the descent into the bag of holding, along with Draxto as well, following closely behind. As you all began to drift down into the hole, into what seemed to be an endless black abyss from within, you all feel this pressure of some kind. It feels almost like swimming through water. The air is thick, but you're able to breathe. You feel this dark energy that seems to flow kind of through you. You seem to be in this swarm, this miasma of just evil for some reason. You're not sure why or what it is. You can't see anything but pitch black and your companions around you, so it must not be any kind of magical darkness. There just doesn't seem to be anything. No light, nothing. Yet you can see your companions around you just fine. As you seem to touch what feels like a floor, you don't see anything. You just feel a sudden stop and your feet resting comfortably on the bottom. You look around and again, there just is nothing. So as you all come to your rest and Drax still behind, you all lay your feet onto the ground, and I'd like to ask you, group, what would you like to do?
Army is probably going to ask them what they know of the Bagman. In like a whisper so that she doesn't echo.
Okay, first off, roll for stealth for me.
Oh god. Oh hey, that's what I forgot. Hold on a second. They're over here.
Oh, dice.
No,
I
they're
forgot dice
behind
for D&D.
They were behind me. The dice tower is over there. It's peeling, so I can't use it today. For stealth, you say?
Mm-hmm.
For my wispies? Oh, Jesus, I don't use stealth.
Should all of us roll stealth?
Just Aimi, because she's the one just trying to talk.
That's a 14.
14. Okay. As you hear Aimi's voice try and attempt to whisper, you do hear it kind of echo out of nowhere. It seems to reverberate off some imaginary walls that don't seem to be there. But you hear her ask her question. You sit for another moment, and if all of you would like, you can roll for perception.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Aha!
That is a
15
19.
total.
15.
Perception. That is 21.
15, 21.
Well.
What'd you get, Silas?
12.
12, and Aimi?
19.
19. So Aimi and Zorn. Nico and Silas, you guys just can't really hear anything. The deafening silence is almost too much to you guys. Aimi and Zorn, you sit there and you listen carefully, and you just hear the echoing question of what do you know of the Bagman going down further and further and farther and farther away. Down some, it sounds like an imaginary hall of some kind. You don't see anything, but you sit for a moment longer, just trying to listen to the piercing emptiness that is in the room that you are, and you just don't quite hear anything. It's unsettling how quiet it is. There's no sound of wind or bugs or ambient noises. There is just the breathing of your companions. Draxto's heavy breathing in the back, but other than that, nothing.
Lindell probably move closer to Zorn, kind of like put her hand on his shoulder and like just kind of keep it there and keep close to him.
If you guys would like to answer,
Zorn has his bow, like drawn and like ready to his bow and an arrow, like ready to fire at anything that looks suspicious.
everyone except for Lindell is welcome to make a history check if you'd like to try and see if you can figure out anything about the Bagman.
All right.
Zorn, you get advantage.
Thank you. Oh no! It's good advantage. History. What is my history?
Is it one of those you haven't-
It's 2.
It's a 2.
Okay. Okay.
With advantage?
Yeah, but the first thing I rolled was a 2. The second thing I rolled was a 1.
Oh, fuck.
So,
Okay.
Silas, what did you get?
I got a 17.
17. Okay. Zorn, you are too fucking terrified to think of anything that had to do with the Bagman. You have no goddamn idea. You're just so petrified of everything around you. You have no idea. You didn't even hear the fucking question. Silas, when it comes to the Bagman, you've heard a story that a person can be lost inside of a bag of holding. As you've heard of these magical items, though you've never seen them, you've heard, essentially they've been described to you as doorways to other dimensions that people just kind of store things in. You have heard ideas that if someone was to be lost within a bag of holding and unable to find their way back out, that they would go mad for all eternity and gain some kind of essence of eternal life almost, but not have any semblance of humanity to be able to enjoy it.
I know nothing more than the rumors and lullabies of children's horror stories. What I know is we must remember the path.
How are we supposed to remember a path you can't see? It's pitch black.
As you turn around, you also do see Aimi holding a rope that is connected to a hole that seems to be very high up all of a sudden. You don't remember going down that deep, but as you all looked up, it just seems like a speck of light in what looks to be a rope that seems incredibly much longer than either of you remember. And Aimi, the rope does seem longer than you remember making.
That would probably help.
That does
I did
answer
my
my
best.
question.
I did my best to think ahead. Do any of you have more rope on you or anything like that?
Actually, I should have.
Mine is somewhere in here.
I got 50 feet of rope. Well, and
Same here.
I points to Zorn, who is carrying my backpack.
So Zorn is currently carrying 100 feet of rope in total.
Well, the easiest way I see this working is we tie the ropes to this rope and we go as far as it will let us go. After tying the ropes to ourselves or somehow anchoring ourselves.
Sounds like a
Getting
good plan.
Getting lost in here is a death sentence.
Okay.
So, how are we adventuring forth through this empty void that is all around you?
So do we only have 3 ropes?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Do we
There's
want to
not-
travel as a group or do we want to travel as 2 separate parties?
No, together.
As a group? Okay.
One
Okay.
single line.
In that case, Ayami will probably tie the end of one rope to the rope that's hanging from the ceiling,
Yep.
and like wrap it around her wrist and like let it unroll as they walk, and then with the next one tie that one together and proceed like that.
How fast are we walking?
Not super fast. We don't
Are
wanna
we
go too
normal?
far.
Are we normal step walking? Are we trying to be sneaky? Are we trying to get to the end quickly? What are we doing? Describe
She
to
would
me what you
quickly-
guys are doing as you're walking through it. Are you just normally, casually walking, or what?
Silas is taking every step very, not necessarily slowly, but cautiously. And based on the echoing from earlier, trying to make as little noise with every step as possible.
I will do dancing lights so that we can make sure, like, if there is like a precipice or some shit, we don't fall off a precipice.
Okay.
Hmm. Linda will probably get a bit lower to the ground and sneak a little bit more. She
Okay.
would try to like step very lightly.
Slow and quiet is how we're taking this.
All right. Well, all of you,
Yep.
please roll a sneak check. Stealth.
Stealthy shit.
Sure.
All right, you're right.
Ew. That's not
26
great.
total.
6.
I got a 16.
16.
That's a 10.
10.
I need to exchange my dice.
Is it
Yeah.
another one?
That's another one for a total of 3.
So it's a nat 1.
And that one for a total of 3.
Oh no.
You like fall.
As you all continue to walk through this empty void, some of you trying to
I'm
be
changing my dice.
very careful, Zorn is quite literally shaking in his boots, where you hear the jangles of all of his coins and possessions on his body just kind of shaking all the time. They also begin to echo out into eternity. And it's weird that though it seems like he's making small amounts of noises up close, the echo seems to make it get louder and louder and louder. As weirdly as it gets further away, the louder it becomes. I'd like all of you to roll for perception for me.
Cracked the bag, man.
Dirty 20.
20,
22.
22,
21.
21. What did you get, Dyer?
I got an 8.
An 8. Okay, everyone but Aimi just hears what sounds to be the dropping of something metallic in front of you as you all quickly turn, and you just see what looks to be one small golden coin has dropped and is spinning a little bit onto this invisible floor a good 20-30 feet in front of you as it just kind of drops.
Look up, preferably.
Okay. As you look up, you just see more... Actually... Yeah, you just see more emptiness. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. But you feel something. With that perception check, you just feel like something's watching you.
Do I see them look like creeped out and shit?
No, you don't notice a goddamn thing. You're like trying to focus
I'm
on tying the...
rope
Yeah, you're
together,
tying
yeah.
the rope together. You're not really paying attention to anything else.
We are not alone.
Let's hope that this actually leads somewhere.
As you
Stay
all
close.
continue...
Right?
As you all continue walking forward, you turn around and notice that the rope, again, seems much longer than any of you remember it being. You continue walking. You start noticing, when you turn back around to look in front of you, you're now seeing what looks to be a floor of some kind. It's very dark, gray, monotone. There doesn't seem to be anything really, like around that you can necessarily see. But it looks to be that there's now beginning to be grooves, small bits of patches and dirt. You see a small fog as you begin walking closer. You notice that there are what looks to be dead trees kind of appearing out of nowhere. They just kind of seem like someone's turning on the lights. Because as you noticed before, I mean, when you cast your dancing light, nothing happened. It didn't change the landscape at all. It still they just looked like small orbs of light. They didn't light anything up. But now, as you continue walking forward, you're noticing that it's beginning to shine off of some small, tiny ridges that are in the ground, cracks that are in the ground. What seems to be just dead bush and this weird gray smoke or mist or something that's kind of a good foot off of the ground. You look down and it's so thick you can't see in parts what's underneath you. Once again, roll for perception.
It's everyone.
Everyone.
4
22.
total.
4,
Oh
22,
no.
Another 22.
22.
Woo!
I
It's
mean,
a 25 look.
25. Okay. Will everyone please go to roll 20?
Oh shit.
And it begins.
Let me get you
There
guys
you
over to the right one.
Are
Boom.
you trying to do
What?
an ASMR DM?
What do your elf eyes see?
You guys are all at the base of this road. You see, look down and you see what looks to be there's cobblestone that seems to be making up the ground. You see what looks to be could be bones, could be rocks over on your left side. You do notice that there are plenty of dead trees around, but as you guys are walking, continuing the step, everyone but Nico, or not fucking Nico, Lindell hears this snap of some kind off on a ridge that is directly in front of you all, about a good 40-50 feet. You don't see any movement, but you definitely heard something come from back there.
So it's about 50 feet.
Good 50 to 60 feet. You just heard sounds like a snap, maybe a twig, maybe a bone. You're not sure, but the second you heard it, it stopped. There's no more noise.
Stalks us.
I have an idea, but I need to get closer.
What's everyone's passive perception?
15.
Okay.
I don't honestly
It's
know. Mine is
12.
14.
16. Haha.
16.
I'm perceptive.
Continue.
Good. He did the thing!
He did the thing. He did
He did the thing, you dick!
Okay.
I'll be almost glued to Zorn's arm at this point.
She's going. Amy's gonna hand the rope to Silas.
Okay.
She's going to motion to him, trying to keep as quiet as possible. Pointing at him, pointing at those two, at Zorn and Lindell. And she's gonna point and tell them to stay exactly where they are. And then she's gonna look at Draxto and be like, "You go that way, I go this way."
See him kind of look at you and just quickly nod and begin trying to sneak off. He slunks off into the shadows and almost seems to disappear underneath the smoke. It's very weird how quickly and quietly he's actually able to move for how large of a creature he actually is.
Alright, I'm gonna try to quietly go a little bit left of where the noise was.
Okay. You guys have control over your characters over on Roll20. I will point out that as you see this road that's directly in front of you, the noise that you heard is right around here where I'm pinging, if you guys can see that.
Mm-hmm.
That is where you heard
Yes,
the
we can.
noise.
Okay, good. Silas is going to invite these two to take some cover over by the ridge.
Okay. Off
Just
on you
hold
guys'
on to that goddamn rope.
onto your right side, you guys notice that there is about a 3-4 foot tall rock wall of some kind. It's still this just monotone gray rock around you, but you are able to kind of duck next to it and cover. If you guys would like to, you can roll for sneak to see how quietly and quickly you guys can get there. Maybe hide yourselves a
Oh,
bit.
yes.
It's
Yeah,
all
let's do
better
that.
than last time.
That's
Oh,
better
that's-
than before.
It's much better than before for me. It's 21.
21,
15.
15.
28 total.
Okay, you all,
Okay, fuck me, I guess.
as you guys begin trying to hide Silas, you kind of scrape your hand kind of against it, and you feel some rocks begin to tumble, but very quickly Lindell behind you just kind of lifts up your hand a little bit to where there isn't any loose, and she nods as you all very quietly hide behind the wall. You feel confident that you're pretty well hidden. Amy, you said you're going to the left of where you heard the noise. Are you going to try and search for anything, or what are you doing? Would you like to roll for perception?
I'm gonna roll for perception. She's not gonna really keep quiet. She's gonna kind of go forward.
Okay.
And
Okay.
a little to the left. She's gonna try to separate herself from them. Is what she's trying to do.
Okay. Are you all trying to keep eye on Amy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need the three of you to roll with perception with disadvantage.
Oh boy.
Kill.
I do have my lights still going.
14 total.
14,
just so we know.
That would be 8.
8,
Lowest was a 14.
14. What was your total? That was your lowest total?
Yeah.
So as you guys are watching, Amy, how far do you go?
She's gonna be within her 30 feet range of walking from them. So not maybe 20, 25 feet away from them.
Okay, so you're about 15 feet. Move yourself to where you're going to be.
Boop.
Okay. As she begins crossing over past that 10-foot mark, you just notice that it's this weird shroud seems to just kind of cover her, and she disappears. But all of a sudden, she appears again, but much further away all of a sudden. Obviously, the distortion of where this thing is very different here. Aimi, you look back and you can see them relatively easily. They look to be in the same spot, but for you three, it looks like she is twice as far as she actually went.
Oh, that's some fucking freaky shit. Oh.
Am I supposed to shoot arrows?
I will probably keep
things
one
move
light
around.
like halfway between me and them.
Okay.
Like within my range. That way I know which direction they are.
That's gonna look really weird because obviously halfway for you and halfway for us is
Yeah.
two very different.
Sure is.
I will roll perception to see what I see though.
Oh god.
Okay, so you roll for perception.
That is 18? Yeah. 6.
Over on the side of the rock and behind the noise that you heard behind it, you do see what looks to be a small piece of rope, perhaps. And you see what kind of looks like a skeletal hand just kind of laying against it. Again, that smoke, that mist on the ground seems to make it very difficult to really see anything. It's so thick and hard that you're not too sure if there's anything perhaps underneath it, or perhaps there's someone waiting underneath it. You're not sure.
I want to get approximately 30 feet away from that spot.
From that spot? Okay. So for you...
I was going to say, if you need to move me, that's fine.
Right about... We're going to say right there is probably where you'd go.
Okay.
As you continue to try and...
Oof.
As you continue to try and look...
Okay.
Will you make a wisdom saving throw?
Yes'm. Oh god, let me just throw my die off the fucking shit. And you said wisdom save?
Mm-hmm.
21. Hell yeah.
You feel this weird sense. Your hairs on the back of your neck begin to stand up. As you know that there's something near you. Does a... Ooh, fuck. Does a 25 hit?
Yes.
Please take... Please take 14 points of slashing damage, as out of the smoke off to your left side, there just seems to be this large, tall, elongated humanoid that seems to almost rise unnaturally from the only foot of smoke underneath it. He's got dark skin. God damn it, hold on. Trying to do this correct. Lair, token lair. Okay. Dark skin that seems to appear. It's all monotone. He has what seems to be facial features, but they're all dark and sallow. His arms are disproportionately long and end in these kind of like claws, it seems like. It looks like something that used to be human at some point, but it's hunched over. Its spine is protruding through its back. As you just kind of hear this loathing moaning sound coming from it. It sounds like it's trying to say something, but you've seen in its empty mouth, there is no tongue or teeth or anything. It's just dark blackness, as it just kind of very quickly, lightning fast, runs across you and slashes right across your arm as you kind of back up a little bit. Does a 18 hit you?
Yeah.
Take another 14 points of slashing damage as it quickly slashes against you once more across the other arm. And okay, all of you, please roll for initiative.
Fuck me.
Here we go. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad.
12 total.
See what do I have?
Oh.
No. 11.
I'm happy with what I got.
What'd you get?
18.
Okay.
4.
Silas, what'd you get?
4.
4? Okay.
What's the dragon get?
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Let me pull up his thing.
This truly isn't my favorite terrain.
Okay, guys, I have a plan.
We've said that so many times over the last 25 episodes.
Look, I'm hoping this plan works.
And here's the count of the amount that went well.
Then,
Oh wait, there was no count. Does that mean none of them?
I feel like some plans worked.
The one that Kazim made up on the spot, so I wouldn't really count that as a plan.
Okay. So, Amy, it's your go. As you see this Bagman quickly slash across you twice and attempt to dive back into the smoke, but he's still protruding just a little bit. As you see him very creepily running along, you just see this protrusion of his back, almost like a shark fin that seems to be cut off, as he's moving circularly around you, staying just outside of your reach as he moves here.
Is he within 30 feet of me?
Yes.
I'm gonna cast Insight Greed.
Okay. And tell me what that does.
It is a Wisdom saving throw. By the
Okay.
way. When you cast this spell, you present a gem used as the material component, and choose any number of creatures within range that can see you. Each target must succeed a Wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you until the spell ends. Or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it. That's fine.
Okay.
While charmed in this way, the creature can do nothing but use its movement to approach you safely. While an affected creature is within 5 feet of you, it cannot move. It simply stares greedily at the gem you present.
Okay.
And at the end of each turn, it can make another saving throw.
So you pull out this gem as you kind of hold it hypnotically in your hand as it begins kind of floating and slowly turning as you see the Bagman kind of begin looking at it, but we're not sure if it really did anything just yet. Is that all you do with your turn?
Other than that, she's going to slowly start stepping back toward them.
Okay.
Like, keeping her eyes on them because she knows... Like, keeping her eyes on it because she knows...
Feel free to move your character. Make sure that we're using D20 so I know... roll 20 that we know where we're going.
So... We're gonna do a safe movement, and we're gonna go... We're not gonna get him too close to them. We're gonna go over here.
Next up is going to be Lindell. You see this weird black shadow kind of very quickly move across Lindell as across Amy as she kind of slumps over twice, and you see her grab her arm on one side, and you see whatever this thing is slowly go under the smoke, but you see this black lump that seems to be like skittering across as you see it stop, looking up at where Lindell was standing holding this gem, and you just see what looks to be this small head just kind of pop up with these black, deep, hollow eyes kind of staring for a moment. What do you do?
You said there was like a little bit of a wall here, right?
Yep,
like
there's about about 4 feet tall.
Oh, that's not tall at all. Let's see. Lindell will just like to get like a better advantages in general. I feel like she would like slowly creep her way up, up the wall, and like she will try to hide behind the rock. I feel like.
Okay, go
just
ahead.
to get like a better advantage and not be grouped up.
So because the wall is so small, I'm not going to make you roll for acrobatics, but I would like you to roll with stealth with disadvantage, please.
That's 17, and that is a 13. 13 plus 9, 22.
So, Silas and Zorn next to you, you look towards where Lindell was, and she's gone. Just gone. You have no idea where she went. Lindell, you feel fairly protected.
Confidence.
Yeah, you feel very, very hidden.
And that was my bonus action.
Okay.
To hide.
Why can everyone
Mine.
but me do that?
I can't bonus action hide. I know what you're talking about.
For my action, I am going to hold onto psychic blades. If throwing.
Okay.
Like if throwing that one. Yeah. Like the trigger is going to be if the head so to say, if the whatever is seems like it's about to attack, that will be the trigger.
Okay, so you're gonna hold on to this until it's about to attack.
Yeah, I got 60 feet of range for that one.
Okay. Next up is Zorn.
All right. Thorn is going to Well, first off, immediately noticing that Lindell is gone, is immediately going to start to look around to figure out where she disappeared off to. And, in his paranoid state, he's starting to think, oh shit, there's more than one, probably.
Okay.
God damn it, I should have told you first.
You really should have. Do you need me to roll anything, or...?
Roll for. Are you looking for something specific?
Yeah, Lindell. I'm specifically looking
Roll
around for Lindell, or possibly another Bagman.
Roll for perception.
Alright. That is 10.
Okay. You look around and it's just, you're so scared of whatever this black mass that you also see attack Aimee as it's skittering on the ground unnaturally. You saw how tall it was, but then it just seems to shrink down to the small childlike size. You're so staring at that you have no idea where the hell she went at all.
I would just remind you, Seb, you do still have the mental connection and you can still talk to me mentally. Just so you know. If you don't remember.
Thank you for the reminder.
In other words, he did not remember.
I did not remember. I feel like given the situation, I feel like Zorn also would have forgotten, given the
Oh yeah,
all
no,
the...
he always does. Zorn always forgets.
So yeah, no. So yeah, after I looked around, realized that Lindell is just gone. Okay. Zorn is going to oh yeah, already has his body. Basically, he's going to not fully draw, but he's going to basically have his bow at the ready, ready to draw and fire an arrow at the little creature at the first signs of hostility.
Okay. Okay. Is that all you're gonna do?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Well, the Bagman is gonna use one of his legendary resistances to succeed from your spell.
Okay.
Here we go.
And it vanishes into the smoke.
Okay, that's not good.
As it kind of disappears into the ether of whatever this smoke is. Let's see where it's going.
Oh boy.
Oh, good. Oh, yay.
Okay.
Oh goody.
Yeah, let's see.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
It
Friend, where are you?
really is an option of whatever he wants.
Yeah.
But I think Aimee, go ahead and roll for a wisdom save for me.
Okay. Okay. I see you. I see you.
I don't. He vanished.
That is a natural 20 plus 3.
Natural 20
Oh,
plus 3.
shit.
Okay, so you managed to succeed as again you hear what seems to be this kind of rustling around you. And once more behind you is the that black creature as it pops up directly behind you and attacks you for
Get a reaction. because
12?
Bazillion.
Huh?
Do I get a reaction because I noticed it?
Do you have a reaction?
I have attack reaction.
Opportunity attack is when someone's leaving your
Yeah.
range, not
Yeah.
entering.
Yeah, so he just kind of pops up behind you and he does it a 13 attack hit?
No.
13. So he goes very quickly, but you notice that he's going to pop up behind you and kind of almost Matrix like dodge out of the way as the slash comes down as it goes in for another slash. And that's the same fucking roll. 13 doesn't hit, right? He goes in and it's weird how now that you've seen it and you know what you're looking for, it just kind of disappears or it kind of just slashes across, but you're able to dodge out of the way. Lindell, you are seeing this. You are welcome to release your attack if you'd like to.
And I will do that.
Okay.
Let's see. That is going to be. Ooh. 17?
17. That hits.
Wait, I have advantage, right? Because of the.
Yeah, you've got.
I'm hiding.
Yeah.
Well, it is higher, but it's not a natural 20, so it doesn't matter. this is going to be a d6 plus 4, 7, and then my sneak attack, which I believe is fucking 2d6. Okay, 7, 10, 13 total.
13 total for damage.
Yes, and 7 of that is going to be psychic.
Psychic. Okay.
Otherwise, it's just standard sneak attack damage.
So what are you using again?
That is just the psychic blade that she has.
And that's you can essentially you launch a blade, right?
You can manifest your psionic power as shimmering blades of psychic energy. Whenever you take the attack action, you can manifest a psychic blade from your free hand and make the attack with that blade. It just magically appears and then disappears once it hits the target.
What's the range on that?
60.
60? Okay. So, Aimee, as it's kind of like ready to growl at you and yell at you, all of a sudden you see this, what looks to be this pink blade just kind of comes in and slashes across the back as it arches and kind of lunges forward. Zorn, I think you also had an attack that you were holding.
I did.
What'd you got?
Let's see. Fuck's sake. At least it wasn't a nat one. That's the only good thing I can say about this roll. That is a total of 7. Do
7.
I hit?
That misses. What were you using again?
My bow.
Your bow. So you're shaking so much because you're scared of this thing that you didn't even think was you. This was one of those ones that you kind of wished wasn't real as you hit and right behind the Bagman hits the
I was looking in this direction, so it's popping up over there as
Yeah,
I have
you
to turn around
you very
to fire,
quickly
so.
and released your bow, and it kind of zoomed past behind him and hit the tree onto his side. I think that's everyone that had their hold actions as.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So I get 2 attacks per attack action.
Okay.
Like, does this count as the attack action? So do I get a second attack, or do I only get the 1?
You're attacking, so yeah.
All right then. That is better. That is. That's an 11 hit.
11 also misses. You try and readjust after that first miss, but again, you're just kind of, this thing is just so quick and unnatural that you just kind of lose sight for a moment again and hit that tree right behind him once more.
Thank God it's not me, because that would have hit.
All of a sudden, instead of it diving back into the smoke, it just kind of disappears. Almost like it just kind of shimmers and then gone. Just gone.
Yeah, hunting boars is much easier.
God fucking damn it.
Okay, and that's all it can do. So Draxto is going to kind of come running up as he's slowly kind of creeping. Aimee, you notice him immediately as he's kind of stalking just below the mist, and he's kind of standing kind of near you. I don't have I need to get a dragon thing. 1 second.
Make a baby token for the baby dragon.
Yeah, I have a dragon. I know I do. A little wyvern. There we go. We got black one somewhere. Where is it? Wyvern.
Put the little baby.
All right, fuck it. We're doing this little red one.
He'll be fine.
As he's just kind of sitting over here, stalking, trying to see if he can find it again. And he's gonna hold his acid breath.
Okay.
So next up is Silas.
Okay. Well, first, bonus action, I expend one of my superiority dice to rally for Aimee, because you've taken some damage. That's the wrong thing. So you get 4 temporary hit points.
Yay!
Not a lot, but I'm trying.
Look, it's better than what I got, bruh. Better than what I got.
Okay. Fuck. Huh.
Okay.
He's just gone.
It's okay.
So
Dyer is tickled with this fucking experience right now. You don't understand.
Hmm. Can I attempt to attack it if I don't know where it is?
You don't have to. Don't worry about it.
You
Don't worry
you
about it.
can if you want to.
Hold it.
You know where it was, so you could like
Yeah.
try and attack there and see if you hit something.
Fuck it.
Believe in the me that believes in you.
No, I get that, but fuck it. Okay, right. I've got some javelins to throw.
Please
Let's-
don't hit me.
It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. I'm
Fine.
guessing this is at disadvantage.
Correct.
Yeah, I remember how the rules go. Cool. I don't get to use that 19. Okay. That's a 16.
So where are you throwing it? Showed me on the map where you think it was.
So last I saw it was sort of in
Yeah.
this area. So
You kind of take a guesstimate of where you think it possibly could be, because in your eyes it just kind of vanished, and you throw your javelin and it just kind of sticks into the ground. It doesn't seem to hit anything.
okay, cool. I'm not gonna use my second attack
Okay.
because
You can hold it if you want to.
I will hold it. Yeah.
Because so when you do your extra attack, your attack when it comes back, you only get the one. You don't get two.
Yep. No, that's more than fine.
Okay.
More than happy with that. But yeah, I'm gonna ready that second javelin.
Okay.
And that's all I can do because I don't want to move. I could move into it, or it could be standing next to me and I trigger opportunity attack. So I'm just gonna hold my action with the javelin and then my turn there.
Okay. So next up is Aimee again.
I'm debating between something that will hurt me or something that I don't know will work because I don't know where the creature is. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold the spell that I want to use,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to use. Oh my god, where's the button? I'm gonna use my lovely little. I think I have a bonus action. Can I use it as bonus action? Yeah, I can use Healing Word as bonus action. I'm gonna heal myself because ooh, Jesus H Christ, that hurts.
Okay, so what are you doing?
I'm using Healing Word on myself
Okay.
first off
Okay.
for my bonus action.
Cool.
And I will do that die in a second because I am going to move, and I know that will probably cause some issues.
Okay.
So,
Go for it.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go there. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna go there. Hold on. Clickies. Boom.
Okay. So as you begin moving very quickly through, kind of preparing yourself to be attacked, nothing seems to be chasing you or attacking you, and you're able to make it to your safe spot very safely.
Okay. And then I will finish my Heelys. Where the fuck did my other D4 go? Fuck you, D4. Okay, I'll find it. Other than that, she is holding her spell, and she is trying to get everybody back to the rope.
Okay, what spell are you holding again?
The spell she is holding is going to be Cloud of Daggers.
Cloud of
Do I
Daggers?
need to read that to you?
No, that'll be alright.
Okay.
Next up is Lindell.
Oh, okay, I disappeared, didn't it? Fuck me. Lindell will. She's fought before. No things like this, obviously, but she's fought before. I would like for her, for a bonus action, to try to sneak around, and she'll move with her
Okay.
movement. She'll be moving around here in general,
Okay.
behind this rock instead. Bonus action to hide, and for an action, I would like to hold a spell.
Okay, what spell would you like to hold?
Fairy Fire.
Fairy Fire. Interesting idea. Okay.
I love how you're moving away from the rope. When she was
The
trying
thing
to
is-
negotiate the rope.
Yes, but also being grouped up together in a fight situation ain't always the best idea.
When you can get lost, it's your own choice. Good luck with that.
Do I need to roll for anything? For stealth
You
or
could
so?
try and roll for stealth if you want to.
Yes, I do.
With disadvantage, please.
Of course. 11, 20, just 20.
It's 20. Okay, you feel silently able to move through the rocks and stuff, able to dodge different sticks and bones that are sticking out. So you feel fairly confident that you're moving silently and able to hide effectively.
Okay.
Okay. Is that all you do with your turn?
Yes.
Okay, Zord, what would you like to do?
It's still gone.
Yep.
Alright. I feel like at this point, Son probably start to remember that. Hold on a minute, I have the psychic link thingy.
Okay.
So he's basically going to through the link. Is going to basically ask Lynn, where are you?
I am just above the rocks. Just keep your eyes open and just keep quiet, Zorn. Alright?
All right.
I'm still around.
Okay. Be careful. And much like before, I'm going to kind of wait and see. But this time I'm readying, like ready to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
Like as soon as I see it appear, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Okay, and what does Hunter's Mark do?
It what's that? Let's see. You choose a creature you can see within range. And mystical mark it as your quarry until the spell ends and lasts for an hour at its concentration. I deal an extra 1d6 of damage to it, and I have advantage on the perception and the survival checks to find out where it is.
Okay.
And if it drops to 0 hit points, I can choose another target as long as it's within the duration.
I'm just going to look it up real quick because there's something specific I got to see.
And its range is 90 feet.
90 feet, okay. Duration, concentration up to an hour. Okay, cool. All right. Is that all you'd like to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that is going to be very beneficial in this situation.
Silas. Wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
That's a 6.
You feel this, all of the hair on your body begin standing up as you just feel like something's watching you, and you are now frightened. We're gonna go with.
That's great. That's great.
We're gonna go with that one.
Oh no, Silas became Scottish.
And directly in front of you, all of a sudden, you see just kind of standing above you, taller than you. It seems like the height of this thing just goes on forever. The long, spindly arms as it quickly slashes out against you. And let me see. Does a 23 hit?
Mm-hmm.
See, it's 4, 8. Please take 12 points of slashing damage. It's going to attack you a second time.
Okay.
For 14.
Yep.
Okay, it's 2, 7 plus.
Oh my god.
So 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And make a strength saving throw
Oh boy.
No, I can
with
do those.
disadvantage.
Maybe not. Ruin my day, why don't you? That was another 19. That's a 16 total.
Unfortunately, before this happens, I'd like all of you to go through your moves, please. So we'll start with, let's see. Silas, you were holding something, weren't you?
Yeah, I had a second javelin attack,
Okay.
but it's a disadvantage with frighten and also the fact that it's right next to me.
Yeah, so you can try and make your attack if you'd like to, but it is a disadvantage.
I might as well.
I've been more than-
It doesn't matter. That's an 11 total.
Yep,
That's not gonna hit
that
it.
does not hit.
Oh.
So we'll start with Zorn. You can release your Hunter's Mark if you'd like to. And what's it supposed to make?
Yeah. Nothing. It does not seem to have a
So
save.
it just happens?
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing, it seems to just happen, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
What does your Hunter's Mark look like?
Oh, I did not think about this.
I can make a one for you.
Huge...
So, in front of you, Silas, as it's kind of standing there, you see what looks to... It's hard on this dark gray skin, but you see what looks to be this kind of scourge mark of, like, a crow that seems to just kind of appear on its breast all of a sudden. It seems to, like, burn in, but it doesn't seem to notice it at all.
I was just about to suggest maybe whatever symbol his family's business has.
Crow.
Oh, all right.
So next would be, let's do Aimee. You were doing Cloud of Daggers, were you not?
Well, oh yeah, right.
So 5-foot cube, spinning daggers, center point of range change. Creatures takes damage that enters the area for the first time, and
Or if it
or
starts
starts its turn there. Okay. So it neither Silas nor the Bagman take any damage at this point because this happens after the turn has started. But around you, Silas, there just seems to be these clouds of these like kind of black scaly daggers beginning to swirl around the two of you. I also need Silas to make a dexterity saving throw with advantage, please.
With advantage, cool. All right. That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. As you see Draxto behind you, please take 11 points of acid damage.
Thanks, buddy. That's so nice. I love you.
As behind you, all of a sudden, you see Draxto's mouth begin dripping as he pulls back and he just releases this spewing cloud of just kind of acidic mist going forward. And you see the Bagman's directly in front of you for when this happens, and his back is just lit up with this as you see him kind of scratch as he leans back from the pain of the sizzling and bubbling of the skin behind you. Takes.
I assume Storm is like just out of range of this.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was about to say, please, Zephy, take this not as, you know...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep,
Silas, you are just outside of it too.
Oh.
Yeah, it's only it's only 15 feet.
Okay.
So you just see him get lit his
Yeah,
ass
you just see
up.
this acid all of a sudden just kind of dripping down. You're seeing bubbling on his skin, on his arms and shit. And last, I think, is Lindell.
Yeah, I would like to release my Fairy Fire,
Okay.
which I believe is dexterity saving throw.
Is it a saving throw or is it an attack roll?
Yes, it's a saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Damn it, it makes it and nothing happens. Fuck.
And right behind you, Silas, you see what looks to be the sparkling, kind of pinkish light coming past your head as it crashes directly behind the Bagman. It just kind of explodes in this beautiful fire. But all of a sudden, the Bagman, after he does his 2 slashes, grabs you. And all of a sudden, the 4 of you, boom, Silas is gone with the Bagman.
Bye, guys.
Hang on. Silas has the rope. Where does the rope go?
He drops the rope.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You're supposed to have it wrapped around your arm, you dick.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Even if that was
the
so, it
magic
would drop
stopped
down
me.
to the ground. Silas, as you begin looking around, you still kind of look like everything is there, except everything's got this weird purple hue. You can see what looks to be these kind of ghosts all around you and stuff, but you see your group all just kind of scrambling to figure out where you are as the Bagman is grappling onto you.
Cool.
And it looks like it's Draxto's turn as he kind of...
So, Karma, you could argue I'm surrounded by undead, right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Cool.
Oh god.
So we're gonna say that.
This is not Silas's day.
And they've just vanished. It's Draxto's turn, and he's gonna kind of quickly run over here, trying to figure out where the fuck they went. And I guess he's just gonna hold his acid breath once again. Yeah, Silas, it's your turn. As you're being grappled onto the Bagman in front of you, you were fucking terrified of where you are, what has got you, and you have no idea what the hell is happening.
Can I cry as a free action?
You sure can.
Right, okay, cool.
Can't see you, so we won't think any less of you.
Oh, dude, when Silas pops back in, he's gonna look like he just saw his wife die again.
And if only Silas still
okay.
was the God's champion, I'm pretty sure his tears would have been holy water then.
Yeah.
Now. Okay, so, first off, bonus action, second wind.
Okay.
So I get to heal for 1d10 plus 6. That's a 9. That's sexy. That's a 15. Okay, cool. Then I would like to attack. I know all of these are going to be with disadvantage, but I don't care. I'm attacking with the Stormbringer.
Okay.
So the first one is the first one's gonna miss because that's a 11.
Yep, that misses. So you're kind of so close that you're just kind of swinging your axe behind him. What's your second attack?
My second attack is that's an 18.
That hits.
Cool. Right. So I will also proc the axe itself, and this counts as magical damage anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But so he takes 8 slashing.
Okay.
And 3 radiant.
Okay.
His movement speed is reduced by 10 feet because slasher procs.
Okay.
My feed. And then action surge.
Okay.
And I take the attack action again.
Okay.
Because fuck this thing. Fuck it long. Fuck it hard. That is a 21 with disadvantage.
That hits.
Cool. I'm just gonna read this thing. Once per action. Cool. So I'm gonna proc it again with the radiant damage. So that is
him up.
That is 12 slashing.
You hugged the wrong motherfucker.
Plus 3 radiant.
Have you never heard of social distancing?
And then 1 more attack. And that's a 17 on disadvantage to hit.
That hits.
Cool. And we end it off with 7 slashing.
Okay.
Please grapple that motherfucker in case he poofs back.
I cannot because I used my bonus action.
Okay.
No, because I used my bonus action to do the thing. However, I will use another one of my superiority die, and I would like the Bagman to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. Okay, that is a 7.
He is now frightened of me until the start of my next turn.
Is he?
Yep.
Touche.
If you say
I
so.
mean, he's probably immune to frighten, but I might as well fucking try.
That's worth a shot. It's worth a shot.
Yeah.
But
I'm using
that was a
strike.
good ass turn.
Oh,
Is that all you'd like to do?
yeah. All the while, Silas is looking stoic in his head. He wants to die. He wants to die so bad. Like he's done.
All of a sudden,
stoic, like a
around all
single
3 of you
cheer,
and Silas around you, you notice that the ground begins to start widening all of a sudden. It seems to turn into this big, large gap as all of a sudden these structures begin to start shaking the ground underneath and protruding out. This landscape goes from what looks to be an abandoned mountaintop to what seems to be a kind of dystopian village that seems to be ruined at some point, weirdly. It's still that kind of gray monotone that you guys don't remember. Let's see, I'll put you guys where you would be, or at least where you think you'd be, based on where you were last time. You'd be in here on the roof, kind of, and you'd be back here. You'd be right behind him. And yeah,
this brings back great memories.
all of a sudden, yeah, you guys are out, just kind of exposed out there. The three of you still don't see Silas or the Bagman.
Pardon me, sir. You forgot the dragon.
I didn't forget the dragon. I just didn't put him in earlier.
Okay.
Boom. Okay. The three of you still don't see Silas or the Bagman. Silas, you still see, now there just seems to be surrounded by hundreds of ghosts. There just seems to be an endless amount in wherever the hell you are. And they're all just kind of moaning and wailing out in the distance. It's deafening. You can't hear anything else.
Oh, good.
And I'm going to go
great.
on to Aimee. It's your turn.
Okay. I got. Where is my cloud of daggers, or is that gone when we change?
That would still be around. Can I set up a area effect? Draw a circle.
Draw a circle.
Boom. It would be right around there.
Oh god, of course you do it whenever I'm on a different screen. Okay, cool. Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can make it. We're gonna make it brighter with.
Change the color so we
was-
can see. Trying to think of what I have that will be
There we go.
of assistance. Okay. So that is where they last were.
Yes.
I'm going to use my movement. And do I have to go around this thing, or can I like?
You could go around. It's only maybe like 3 feet tall, so you can probably with a big step be able to get on top of it.
Okay. I'm gonna go right here.
Okay.
I hate having to click on things. It really bothers me. There we go. I am there.
Okay.
As far as I know, that is where my area is, so that's where he last was. Fuck. I honestly, I don't know how well this is gonna work. Where is it? Trying to find a thing. Hold on. Where'd it go?
Oh, Silas, you need to make it. All right. Never mind. You can't right now. No, never mind.
Silas, you need to never mind.
Oh, I'm minding. I'm very minding.
He can't make it out.
Poor guy.
So you know, like when Karma said, like, what's that one crippling fear your character has? Silence is undead.
Oh. Okay. That's the best for you. I am so sorry. What we'll do is we'll hold my action.
Okay. What are you holding?
I'm holding Acid Splash. It's an
Acid
cantrip.
splash. Okay. That all you're gonna do?
Yes, that way I can keep Cloud of Daggers up.
Okay, Lindell.
Yeah, Linda is confused as fuck. Like, she's
Yeah,
on top of the roof.
The weirdest thing about it is when the ground was like widening, you guys look down and notice it's moving underneath your feet. You're not changing positions, but the ground is. The only time that you moved is when all of a sudden, Lindell, you just started raising onto the roof of the building that you're now on.
Yeah, she will literally just like go around searching and keeping like low profiles. Like basically, I'm just going to bonus action, just hide all my movement to just like spin around in circles, like go left and right, and like just like fucking looking around.
Yeah.
And for my action, I'm going to be looking around, confused. That's
Okay.
my action.
You're not gonna hold anything?
I mean, the thing is, like, she doesn't know where the fuck she is. What the fuck
Nope.
is happening? Like,
No idea what the
I
hell
don't
happened.
necessarily think she would think of like, oh yeah, like there's this creature we're supposed to be fighting. Like, let me just prepare like a fucking arrow for him. She'll be looking around trying to figure out what the fuck happened.
Oh, Bestie, can I tell Draxter to find the rope?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I need?
Do you roll for perception if you want to?
perception, yes, but also stealth. Do I need to roll for that, or
If
like
you're trying to be
using
stealthy,
passive?
then yes.
Yeah, she's absolutely
Then
trying
yes,
to be
roll for
stealthy.
stealth.
Disadvantage or
Yeah, yes, with disadvantage.
yes. That's 15. That is 11. Dirty 20 once again for the stealth, and for perception, it's a straight one, natural 20.
So your
Natural fucking
light
20.
feet seem to just kind of go across the tiles of this roof very easily without making any noises. You're just kind of peering over to see what you you just see what seems to be a cloud of these black daggers spinning around an empty spot, with Zorn and Lindell just kind of Zorn and Amy just kind of both standing there like, what the fuck? What do we do? You see Draxter just kind of sitting looking around at other things. You do notice that the rope seems to go underneath the platform that's in the middle with the dead body on top. It just seems to just drop where Silas was, or your best guess as to where Silas was, and just kind of ends in a coil. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, that's all I can do.
Okay. So, Zorn.
All right. The first thing I'm going to do, and this is probably going to be very futile given the change in scenery, Zorn is going to start looking around to see if he can get any inkling, like any hint as to where they might pop back up.
You can roll for perception if you like to.
Okay, do I get the advantage since I'm not technically trying to track the thing?
I'm going to say no, but I'll explain why. So go ahead and roll.
Right. Oh, that's actually pretty good anyways. Let's see. Perception, that is 22.
So you kind of are looking around to see maybe you can get some kind of hint as to where they're going to go. But as you're trying to pick up where they were, you notice that they're just gone. Like, it's not that they snuck away. It's not that he did anything. He just vanished. He doesn't even seem like he's here anymore. He just seems to be somewhere else entirely. It's so hard to explain. There's no trail he left behind. There's no smell, nothing. It just seems like they were there and then erased from existence.
All right. Well, that complicates things. Okay. Would you have counted that as been a bonus action or an action?
Bonus action.
All right. Okay, Storm's action is going to be similar to before. He's going to be ready with his bow for whenever they pop up, and hopefully, he won't accidentally shoot Silas.
Okay. Next up. Okay. Let me see some actually. Oof.
I don't like that.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Oh.
So, Amy. Next to you, all of a sudden, there's Silas just kind of back into existence, and he just kind of drops to the ground with no idea. And then next to him, again, coming out of that weird layer of just thick smoke, the Bagman just kind of pops up. Roll for wisdom save, please.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Spicy. Do I get my action, or do I do my roll
yes,
first?
everyone can take their actions that they were holding. Zorn, you're gonna roll with disadvantage.
Oh boy.
And I will roll my wisdom saving throw while we're...
Am I rolling my attack or also wisdom save?
No, just your attack.
All right. And with disadvantage, you said?
Disadvantage, yes.
All right. If only that hadn't been with disadvantage. I mean, it's still good. It is dirty 20.
Dirty 20, that hits.
It could have been a natural 20 if it wasn't with disadvantage. But yeah. Okay then. Damage. Let's see. My damage is D8, and then my extra D6 from Hunter's Mark is 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage,
Whoa.
okay.
Stab.
And I do get 2 attacks, so is the second one also with disadvantage, I assume?
Yes.
Yes. That hits yak shit. That is an 8 to hit.
That misses.
Yeah.
Okay. Imi, what does your spell do again?
It's Acid Splash.
Okay.
It's a cantrip.
Okay.
It's a hurl of bubble of acid. Choose one or two creatures within range. If I choose to, they have to be within 5 feet. Blah blah blah. They take 2d6 acid damage. Must succeed a dexterity saving throw first.
Okay, that is a 19.
You succeed.
Okay. So, everyone, I think that's everyone's turns, right?
And then my wisdom, I got 8, 9.
9, you are now frightened of the Bagman.
Okay.
As he kind of pops up and towers over both you and Silas, you guys kind of don't really notice at first, but you just kind of hear this moaning and this shaking kind of coming out of nowhere as next to you, Zorn, a skeleton begins crawling out of the ground right next to you. As next to you, Silas, where is it? Another ghoul-looking kind of thing, a little bit bigger, pops up out of the ground with a shovel in his hand. And what's it?
Nice.
Lindell, you notice that across the way is an archer now fixed upon you. But that is his action, and you see him try and do that kind of weird thing again, but you see him kind of shake for a moment, and then it just kind of stops. And that's his turn. So next up, let me get these real quick.
I'm having so
Okay.
much fun.
All right. Next up is the Bagman. So Draxto's turn. He's gonna try and run up to the Bagman. He's gonna go ahead and give him a bite. And okay. So you see all of a sudden Draxter just kind of run up and he just kind of latches onto its leg for a little bit, and you see it start hearing that sizzling and hissing that you're pretty used to, Imi. Let's see. What does he take? Okay. And you see him kind of like slope down for a moment as he goes down to one knee and stands back up. He looks like he's pretty fucking hurt. And then next up is Silas. You are still fucking terrified of the Bagman, but you're no longer grappled. He has let you go. But now there's another ghoul next to you.
Great. That you know, Karma, there's a lot of things I wanted to hear today. That was one of them.
It will not be the same! All right, chill. So, like all of us obviously remember, Silas, what would you like to do?
Okay. The ghoul right now. I'm surrounded.
Just don't step backwards.
Yeah, no. Fuck.
Or do. I mean, technically it's all your choice.
Oh shit. Do I use another one already? Oh, right. Okay. I'm gonna start with going for an attack on the Bagman because fuck the other thing. Oh shit! No, wait a minute. I see what's happening. Right. So is this two ghouls next to me, or?
So the one to your south is the Bagman. The one to your west is a ghoul.
Yeah. Right. I'm going for the Bagman.
Okay.
That's a total of 10.
That's a miss.
Oh, sorry, 11. Sorry.
That is also a miss.
All right, let's try it again.
What was that?
That's a 13.
Let me pull this back up real quick. Oh, fuck. So I'm trying to remember which one I had. I want to say it was this one.
Math.
Yeah, right. Okay, what was that?
13 to hit.
That's a miss.
Yeah, cool. Okay. Aha. Phew. You know what? Just so my turn's not completely worthless, I'm gonna use another one of my superiority die.
Okay.
And Draxto can get 8 temporary hit points.
Ooh,
Okay.
Fuck it.
help the dragon. The dragon.
Yeah, and that's all I can do, because what I wanted to do relied me on healing them, which I did not.
Okay, so what does your spell look like?
So it's not so much a spell, it's more like a... Stylus is fucking terrified right now.
Okay.
So he stares at Draxto, locks eyes with this sudden sort of stern gaze, just... You better not let me fucking die, or I will end you.
Okay. So you get to, you said, was it temporary hit points?
Yeah, 8 temporary hit points.
What if you're dead? How is that supposed to work?
Yeah, right. Okay.
It's Silas. He has his ways.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, Karma, your green screen behind you on the screen is showing the Discord.
Oh, that's weird.
It's really weird.
What is
It's
that?
your own head.
Woo!
Karma is the devil on his own shoulder.
What the fuck? Why is there another one? What is happening?
I'm peeking there. Let's see.
Woo!
Hi, everyone.
That was weird. That was super weird.
Not even 2 seconds.
Nothing-
Blink.
Nothing's
Blink.
happened.
Wait.
Look up.
Since there we had, another Karma and fucking Nico on his shoulders. Which one's the angel? Which one's the devil?
Well, I mean, Nico's
obviously I'm
literally
the
an
fucking-
ASMR.
Obviously,
Yeah.
I'm the devil. Like, is that even a
Devil's
question?
advocate.
I am the devil from the
Anyway,
Bible.
anyway. As we were, after you kind of lock eyes and you say that to Draxto, you all feel the sudden shaking of everything around you. The buildings start to shake, the walls begin to shake, you see bricks beginning to fall off, and you see that the ghoul and the, wasn't there an archer too?
Yes. He
Yeah,
was over
there's
there.
an archer up on
The
the
archer and the ghoul both kind of disintegrate. There's no better term for it. But then you start noticing the buildings begin kind of disintegrating into this weird dust, just pure dust around. As
Also, the
from
skeleton
underneath
over
it, that
Oh.
dust kind of turns into like drops of like clay or something as it kind of flattens out, and it's so trippy to watch. It all just kind of shatters apart, turns into a very soft, malleable kind of
Play-Doh?
kind of on the ground, but you guys are able to stand on it firmly as all of a sudden you start seeing this weird shimmering kind of bluish purple like wave rushing through it, and behind it seems to be this odd like mushrooms begin sprouting up, and it has this weird odd blue mist underneath it. All of you roll for perception for me really quickly.
Ooh.
Confused and
No
happy at the
disadvantage
same
or
time.
anything?
Nope.
Let's see.
Perception.
That's a 24 for me.
How
I
well
know
can we
decent.
see?
Let's see.
Let's see. Perception. That is 13.
18 total.
Okay.
19? I was right there with Nico.
So I got
apparently.
19, 18, and what did you get, Silas?
24.
So Zoran, you are too terrified to fucking notice this. I will say, the three of you kind of see this hit. The Bagman kind of sit up and look around, and even he seems a bit confused.
Dragon.
Oh, I forgot Dragstone. That's alright, he's gonna die anyway.
We left-
I know he's an asshole, but he's my asshole.
Where the hell did I put it?
It's under Wyvern.
Oh, fuck it, we're doing this guy now. It's a different one. Fuck it. I've
It's the
changed.
same, but different.
Yeah. Boom.
Same.
Same thing.
But
Okay.
different.
So as you all are just kind of looking around trying to figure out exactly what the hell is happening, you're seeing that the roots are beginning to kind of grow out and stuff, and out from behind you, Lindell, you're noticing that there's this weird blue fog that seems to be coming out of this hole and just taking over all of the ground. All of you feel this ice cold, chilling feeling to your body. It doesn't seem to do anything physically, but it's the most you felt being in the bag of holding. And before we get back into it, I want all of you to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Okay, good.
That's a natural one. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh, for fuck. Oh, that's a
For a
7.
total of 3.
16.
I gotta see what my total is here, guys. I think I may have a whopping. And you said it was a save?
Yeah.
That's a 4.
Oh, God.
It was
So-
a nat 1.
Seb, you're the only one with double digits, aren't you?
Yeah, I got 16.
So, Zorn, you kind of feel that chill coming over you, but you're able to. You feel it like crawling up your back. The other 3 of you were almost immovable with fear of everything around you. None of you are able to move anymore. You can still fight and do things from your spot, but your movement speed is all 0 out of pure fear of what's going
Did you roll
on.
for the dragon?
The dragon, yeah. I'm not telling you. You wouldn't know what it is right now.
Okay.
Uh,
Really, Zorn is the wisest one here.
You're able to just kind of keep moving. You're kind of used to this kind of thing, but the other 3 of you, it feels like there's something crawling all over you that you just can't see. You feel on the back of your neck. You feel like this breath that's indescribable that you can't see anywhere. But yeah,
Man, the lights are back. Damn
you guys
it.
are all you're all at 0 movement speed, and we're gonna start with Aimee. What would you like to do?
Bagman is still in front of me.
Correct.
Okay. Honestly, do I want to do? Hold on, let me roll. Karma, odds or evens?
Evens.
Okay. So we are going out of sheer fear to attack him with the scythe.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for your attack.
Please work. Please work. Okay, that's 17.
That hits.
That is D8 plus 2. Brain. Okay, Jesus Christ. You got me all fucked up over here, Karma.
Good.
So that is 8 piercing.
8 piercing. Okay.
Yes,
So, what the fuck? As you're kind of you very quickly just kind of pull out, and your hand is shaking. You kind of go down with a downward slash, and you dig it into its shoulder, and you see it kind of go down. It makes 0 noise while it's doing this, as it just kind of rises up as you pull it out, and you just see this weird black ichor going down its weirdly dark gray body. Again, it's completely emotionless face now with the solid eyes, but you notice its mouth is beginning to form over itself. Anything else you'd like to do?
Can I do my bonus action of healing word? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do healing word for Silas.
Okay, go for it.
Do I just roll to do it? Make sure we do it. Okay, that is a 16. It's not bad. And then it is plus 3. I am missing. There you are. 4, 5, 6, 7. Take 7 hit points. Woo woo. Better than nothing.
So Silas gets healed for 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm trying, okay? It's a bonus action.
How does your healing word look and sound?
With her, it kind of like, oddly enough, it works very well that we're in like blue fog, because it's like basically the way she tosses her hand, it's like black glitter that she tosses from her palm.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of shimmers green, and it just kind of like flows over.
What does she say? Because there's a verbal component.
She is going to say, Blessings of the Dragon and Draconic.
All right. So that's all you do at your turn?
Yep, that's what she's gonna do.
All right, Lindell.
Dragon, I think you muted.
Oh shit, I am muted. Oh my god.
Kazim's here in
Yeah,
spirit.
but yeah.
I cast silence on Lindell.
God damn it. Just looking around, she takes one quick look. She sees the creature, and I'm going to throw one of my cool daggers.
Okay.
The psychic blades.
Okay, go for it.
Let's see. I believe I have advantage because it's standing 5 feet from another.
Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. I need roll for wisdom save.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do. Okay.
Let's see. That's
And
18,
it is plus...
and that's an 8. 18 plus 6, which is
That hits.
24.
That hits.
Yeah. Let's see.
It's a 15.
Okay.
So these. That's 9, and then 2d6 more. And then 19 points of damage for the first throw that I have.
Okay.
That was together with sneak attack damage.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember correctly, whenever I cast that one, I can just throw another one with no bonuses. And after you attack with the blade, you can make a melee ranged attack weapon with a second blade as a bonus action.
Boom.
Same turn. Yes, and that's exactly what she will do. Unless it's, yeah. Let's see. This is 6, and that's a 15. 15 plus 6, 21.
That hits.
To hit. Yes. And it's a... Still, a 6 plus 3. Cool.
Well, what was... I can hear it.
That's 9 points
9?
of damage.
How you want to do this?
9. Oh, like, she just takes, like, she throws the first one, it hits him straight, like, in the shoulder, it turns around, and she sends the other one flying, like, underhanded, straight in the middle, like, between its eyes, and just, like...
So, in front of you, Silas, and in front of you, Aimi, you just see one dagger kind of just going right in the shoulder, and as it looks up, you see immediately afterward another, like, pinkish dagger just boom, right in the middle of its forehead. As you see it kind of reel back in pain and lay down on its back, you're seeing it you're hearing bones beginning to snap, the flesh beginning to rip as you see it kind of changing from that weird, elongated, weird human form that it was, back down to, the arms seem to be going down to normal size, and its legs begin to going down, its skin begins getting a little bit of color as you hear this raspy human voice just whisper out, "Thank you!" as he just kind of dissolves into that weird disintegration of dust and becomes one with the floor. You notice that all around you, the smoke and everything begins to start weirdly emanating into that dust once again. As it goes down, the colors begin to fade out of everything around you into that just black emptiness of when you first walked into the bag of holding. All of you make a perception check, please.
Ooh. Yeah, totally.
Perception?
4 total.
Double that, 8.
I also got 8. No, sorry, 7.
Oh, shit.
What'd you get, Aimi?
14.
So Aimi's the only one with double digits?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Fuck me,
It's
dude.
so hard to see or hear anything. That deafening silence once more. There is still the rope, Aimi, that you noticed. You kind of instinctually thought of as you turn around to look at it. You try and go grab it, but there seems to be that still presence that's kind of around you, but you can't quite see anything. But you're the only one that kind of notices that you still can't move. The rest of you are just kind of trying to figure out what the fuck just happened.
I'm gonna ask if anybody can move.
I can.
I'm gonna
Oh.
try. I'm gonna try and move.
Okay, roll for perception again.
Are you fucking kidding me? That's a nat 1 for a total of 6.
In your mind, your legs are moving, you feel the ground moving, so you assume that you are. Just because it's black, though, you can't. So you think you are. 100% you think you are.
I can't see anything.
Do we
I think
see
I
each
can.
other?
Do you what?
Do we see each other? Or
You all
just
you
complete
all can
darkness?
see each other. You just it's hard to kind of perceive what's actually going on. Yeah.
Okay.
So Silas,
Can
you're
I look
convinced
at-
you're moving, huh?
Can I look at the dial on my hip?
Sure.
Okay. I want to know what it says.
Okay.
I want to know how much time is left. But I rolled an 18. Do you want me to do perception or?
This one's gonna be investigation because you're getting a closer look at it.
Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. So unnatural 20.
So you had made this kind of like small sand dial or sand hourglass to be able to tell you how much time. What you guessed would be about 2 hours. You noticed as you look a little bit closer to it, the sand's not moving, and there's one piece of grain just kind of floating in the middle of it. So you have no idea.
Draxto, what's going on here?
You hear it growl. You can't hear him talk in your head anymore, though.
We didn't account for daylight savings.
Oh shit.
Lindell,
Yeah?
can you speak to us telepathically? Just try
I should
for
still
me.
have my connection to Drexter, Aimee, and Zorn, so I will try to. Just say a simple, is everyone alright?
You all can hear it just fine.
I can't hear. She's gonna like make direct eye contact with Draxto and be like, I can't hear you.
You see him kind of cock his head a little bit as you see him kind of shake his head, and you hear those guttural growls again. You can tell he's trying to communicate something, but all of you
We
make a
need to
wisdom
get out
saving
of here?
throw.
Fuck.
All of us or just her?
All of you.
Ooh.
All right.
21 total.
Okay.
You said wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw.
All right. That is 12.
Okay.
6.
I got a natural 20 plus 3.
All of you can hear this voice whispering so slightly. Stay. Stay with me. The three of you, I will say, Aimee, Zorn, and Lindell, can kind of push it out of your mind. But Silas, the voice is calling you to a direction immediately behind you. And as you turn around, you look, and you see what looks to be some kind of doorway, closed and very far off. But you hear that voice again whispering, stay with me. Stay here. And you want to walk towards it. All of you have noticed
I'm gonna start
Silas.
walking towards it.
You
then.
notice Silas kind of turn around and begin walking. I will say that all of you, because of what you rolled there, are able to move once again. But you do notice why Silas just turn around and just begin walking.
I'm gonna have Draxto stop Silas, and I'm gonna get the rope and try to bring it to Silas.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm moving over to Lindell.
Yeah, I was
So
about to
one
say
is
I'm
the-
moving over to Zorn.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna talk to Silas as I do that, though.
Okay. What are you saying to Silas?
Silas, what do you see? What's going on?
Silas, you don't hear anything. All you hear is, stay with me. Stay here. Roll another wisdom saving throw.
Oh, man, that's a 5. What is this?
You begin inching closer and closer to the door. You notice that it's kind of just shagged brown wood, You can make a perception check if you want. See how detailed you can see it.
Oh, there's the nat 20. Cool.
You notice that
Very fucking pretty door.
you notice something's off about this door. You still hear that voice calling. Same volume, same whisper, same temperament. Stay with me. Through your head. It doesn't sound like it's gotten any closer. And you walk closer to the door and you notice that it's got a kind of a stone archway around it. You see the wooden door itself. It seems manufactured. Nothing about it seems quite real. It almost looks like it's the wood itself even is made out of clay and maybe not quite painted correctly. Something about it just seems so off. But you just really want to go through this door.
I
Zorn,
kind of imagine he's like fighting with himself here as well.
Aimee, Zorn, and Lindell, you all see Draxto trying to grab the back of Silas's shirt and pull him back, but Silas just doesn't seem phased by it at all. Weirdly, it doesn't seem like his body is even affected by Draxto whatsoever.
Oh,
Go cast a look at Lynn. Like kind of just a look of what do we do? Like, do we do anything?
I don't know what it's. I don't know.
Dragon, I have a question. What was the name of the thing that we did at the worm tunnel? What was the name of that?
You think about
thunder
Thunder
step?
Step?
Yeah. I can't find it on my spell list, but I know I have it, so I'm very confused. Because I used it, and I know I used it.
Thunder Wave.
Mm-hmm. It's odd, right?
Did you have Thunder Step or did you have?
I did because we
Thunder
both
Wave?
used it.
I remember you
No.
using it. I'm trying
Yeah,
to
we
figure out
both
what you
used it.
didn't have before.
I don't remember having Thunder Wave. I remember having Thunder Step.
Alright, well, we'll just say that you have Thunder Step instead of
Okay,
Thunder
I'll
Wave.
change that. Okay. So what are we doing?
Silas!
Who's doing?
One more roll, wisdom saving throw, with disadvantage.
Do I need it? Do I really need the disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the first roll was an 8.
Okay.
The second roll was an 8.
Total?
Total.
You open the door.
Oh,
As the door swings open as you grab it, the handle again feels like kind of weird, squishy clay-like as you push it open, and just kind of floating in the center of the dark room. It doesn't seem like you're entering a different room because you can't tell. Everything's still black, but just kind of floating in the center seems to be the small rectangular box that, again, a little bit louder, you're hearing that, "Stay with me. Stay. Come with me." As it begins opening, as you see what seems to be a small deck of cards sitting there on top of the box, calling you. And you want to go to it.
Wait, I'm gonna keep going.
Okay.
How
I
fast?
got
Can
no
I get
reason
to
not
him?
to.
How fast can I get to him?
It's probably going to take at least one action, 2 movements. So about 90.
But Draxto is right there.
He's trying to.
Does he see a door?
Does Draxto?
Yes.
I don't know.
Oh my god, and I can't talk to him. Fuck. Son of a bitch.
do any of us see the door?
Roll for perception.
That is that is 23.
Okay.
5.
24.
Aimee and Zorn, you're seeing Draxto kind of being dragged behind Silas, who hasn't even stopped lockstepping. You kind of move off to one side and notice that there's this weird shimmer that you move over it just a little bit, and then there's the doorway. You can see it, but you walk past the other way towards where Nico is to point it out, and it's not there. Both of you notice that Silas has walked into whatever that door frame is. Silas, wisdom save, disadvantage.
was just about to say that I'm grabbing
Also-
Lynn's hand and just starts bolting towards
Okay.
Silas.
14.
Oh shit.
I have the
14.
rope and I am running toward him, by the way.
You kind of like shake off and you look around. You start feeling a pull behind you and you see Draxto pulling you. You kind of look and you're just seeing Amy beginning running towards you, and the door closes. You are now in a black room. Amy has disappeared. Amy, you've seen the door just close. It's still there. You do still notice going side to side. It kind of disappears for a second. And Silas, you're beginning to hear, "Take one. Everything you could once comes true." You have free movement of what you'd like to do. The door seems to have disappeared for you. Unless you could roll a perception check if you'd like to.
What are you?
Dreams.
Why here? Why now?
You hear just kind of a deeper and 3 of you can't hear this, by the way, but Silas, you hear almost as if it's right next to your ear and goes, "We need a new master."
A new creature like the one before?
Roll wisdom saving throw.
Just flat.
Advantage this time, as you were aware that there's something going on.
Yeah, okay. Oh, thank God for the advantage. 18.
You just hear millions of whispers begin going over your ears, just incoherent. You can't hear any of them, but it just sound like millions and millions of people surrounding you. The room suddenly feels just filled with people whispering, but then you kind of feel that pull once more, but you manage to push it back again as you can tell that something is going on. Roll for perception for me.
15.
You kind of start sidestepping a little bit, kind of getting a grasp of the room as you turn back to where the door was, and at this angle you see it just kind of phase into existence. You see that door that you noticed before.
Has any of us reached where it is yet?
I mean, I will say that you're at the door. Have you two gone to it?
I said I'd grabbed Lynn's hand and just bolted towards Silas.
Okay, so I will say you guys are at the door.
All right.
I'm honestly gonna bang on the door and see if I can open it.
Okay.
Like the knob in the door.
I'm going to say roll a...
I don't like the ponder here.
Roll a strength check.
Oh God. Straight strength.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 4. No.
You go and try, but the door doesn't necessarily feel locked. It just feels like there's a hand on the other side holding it shut for some reason.
Okay.
I will shoulder check it.
And you bang on the door and you shoulder. Okay, you can roll a strength, or if you want to as well.
All right.
Has guidance on him.
Guidance? That's a D4, right?
Yeah, it's a D4.
That's a D4, right?
You roll a 1.
No, I rolled a 4, then I rolled a 1 for the guidance, plus 2, so that's 7.
Yeah, so this is weird. The two of you notice that Zorn begins running towards it to kind of try and shoulder check it, and he just kind of sinks into it.
It's
Yeah,
slimy.
it's super weird when you, because it feels like it would be slimy, but you just kind of sink in for a little bit, like you're pushing into a very soft kind of clay. It's not comfortable. It does, like, you feel the pressure of it, but it just feels like you're going into wet clay and coming out dry. And
my mind is actively like producing that sensation as something shivers down my fucking spine. Oh, that's not a fun sensation. Oh, okay. Oh.
Silas, you don't hear any of this.
I figured I wouldn't.
Can I give Draxto the scythe so he can talk to us and ask him to open the goddamn door.
Okay. So you go in and hand him the scythe, and you see Draxto start walking up as he kind of grabs onto the scythe, and nothing happens. You see him kind of like look at his body as he just kind of. You see him just kind of throw it down as he's looking around, trying to. He looks confused as well.
I'm gonna pick the scythe back up. We're not losing the goddamn scythe here.
You see him essentially throwing a little tiny dragon fit.
Oh.
Yeah, he's pissed. Tess, do you do anything?
I don't know. You need a new master, then tell me what this is.
Again, you just hear dreams. We'd give many things.
I want to inspect the deck.
Okay.
Do you want to roll something in particular, or just a general?
What do you go with? Are you trying to figure out what kind of deck it is, or
Just anything that could give me any kind of hint as to
I will give
what
you
this
the option
entails.
of perception or arcana.
Going perception there. It's a 21.
You walk over as close as you kind of can, and you're still hearing those voices, and you're feeling that call to it again, but you're able to resist reaching your hand out. As the box just seems like a simple wooden box. There's no strings attaching or anything. It's just floating there, and sitting on top of it, just kind of swirling very slowly, just seems like a very small deck of some kind of cards.
Will I be forced to stay here?
Why would you want to leave a dream?
Because there are those who are still awake who need me.
Wisdom saving throw.
Flat.
Flat.
15.
Okay. You again feel those kind of whispers, and you just hear the stay. Dreams going through all of your mind, calling to you very strongly to reach out and just grab a card, but you're able to resist it. You three, are you wanting to try and open the door again? What are we doing?
Fuck it, I guess my better judgment. I will try to shoulder check it again.
Shoulder check. Why don't you fucking
Hold on.
Why don't you fucking act or something?
I don't have an axe.
Ivy's literally gonna be like, everybody stop! Lindell, can you still talk to him?
A connection with him. I never made a connection with Silas.
Okay. Fuck it. She's gonna take a step back and she's gonna use fucking Dragon's Breath on the goddamn door.
Okay.
I imagine Sword being like halfway through shoulder, like shoulder checking again when. Like,
She said stop first.
Yeah,
Like,
no, that doesn't
wait,
happen, but
do
I
we
do
wanna
like the visual.
do we want to do Scorcher or do we want to do Dragon's Breath?
I don't know. What do you want
I
to
haven't
do?
used Scorcher. I've used Dragon's Breath.
You do whatever you want to do. So you want to use Scorcher?
Yep, we're gonna use Scorcher. We're gonna go second level though. We're not gonna
Okay.
wait third level.
So go ahead and just roll your damage because it can't move.
Cool.
The door moves slightly to the left.
Just kind of.
Okay, so we've confirmed the door is not a mimic, it is not a doppelganger.
what is the door's AC? 20, motherfuckers.
Seems legit.
That's 19. 19 whoosh damage.
Oh, that's 19 damage. Okay, so you let out just this rain of just this greenish fire just burst forth from the bottom of your scythe. The two of you notice that she grabs her hand scythe and just kind of flips it over and just this green flames just engulf this door, and as it kind of dies off for a little bit, you do notice that there are bits of just what seems to be the stone melting on the sides. The door has a couple scorch marks. It looks like there's these drops of just kind of plastic melting, but it's still standing up just fine.
You know what? I'm gonna place my hand at whatever is not fucking burned and hot.
Mhm.
You know? And I'm gonna cast Identify, actually. Just
Okay.
in general at the door.
So you put your hand against it?
Yeah.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, for fuck, no! You checked that!
Yeah, but that was like arm clothes.
Wisdom, 15 total.
Okay. You
I imagine it's touch magic.
as soon as you like put your hand against it, you just feel on the other side the join us, join us, join us. You feel this need to reach down and grab the handle, but you're able to kind of push it back a little bit. It was super odd. And you go to try and identify.
Mm-hmm.
What does identify do? Can you read me off what identify does specifically?
You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it's requires attunement to use and how many tries it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout, okay, that's not important. Unless it's a mimic, but you know.
I mean, it may be. You just read it to him. You never know. We don't want to ask questions and ruin the thing.
Be a mimic.
If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Okay. You touch it and you try and cast the spell to identify it, but it's so hard because for some reason all that comes up is bag of holding. All they think you can think of is bag of holding.
Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Oh, but I will just take like one look at Zoran, like kind of hold in my hand, like it wants me to touch the handle.
Yeah, I grab Lynn, I drag her away, I can pull her away from the door.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna tie the rope around my waist, and I'm gonna fucking touch the door.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw.
And literally, it's gonna be if things go bad, fucking jerk the rope. All right. Okay, that's. I rolled a 12, and I think it's +3, so it'd be 15.
So you as well, as soon as you kind of walk up and very confidently and just touch the door, you also hear that, stay, join us. But you're able to kind of, you feel that need as well to just kind of reach down and grab the handle, but you're able to kind of push it back, getting this very unsettling feeling.
I'm gonna touch the handle. I'm gonna touch the fucking handle.
So you open the door, and Silas, behind you as you're standing next to the deck, you see the door swing open as Aimi begins kind of walking in with the rope against her. And Silas, what are you doing?
I'm an inch away from touching the deck. I've not touched it yet, but I literally.
I mean, you walk in, you see the wooden box floating, you see a deck floating above that, and Silas just kind of very close.
I'm gonna yell, "Don't touch shit!" Mm-mm.
Do you walk in?
Yes.
Okay.
Like just in the doorway, not far enough to let it close, but just in the doorway, bracing herself at the door.
Okay.
And she's gonna say, "Don't touch shit." And worst case scenario, she will use her scythe to try to pull him backward, if he doesn't hear her.
He hears her. You definitely hear her saying, "Don't touch shit, Silas."
He's staring at the deck. He's clearly very conflicted, but he's staring at it.
She's literally gonna be like, "Silas, I need you to talk to me right now. Tell me what's going through your brain, because I don't know what we have here, and I don't want you doing something that is going to have very, very poor repercussions."
I'm tired, Amy.
Then we can leave, and you can go and do whatever you want up there. But if you touch that, it may start something that you're not ready for. So let's go. And you can drink your weird milk and whatever in that little tavern with that little lady. Please.
Both of you roll a wisdom saving throw.
I believe in
Silas,
us.
you with advantage because you have someone helping you.
Oh, bestie, nat 20.
15.
Okay. Again, both of you out here. Card. Take one. Dreams come true. And you hear that word true echoing or bouncing off these walls louder and louder and louder. Both of you feel this weird pull to go grab a card from it. I mean, you can roll Arcana if you want. With advantage
Okay.
for me.
Alright. I'm very concerned, but okay.
I
Okay.
don't know what to do.
That is a 17.
So, growing up on the Isles, you have learned a great many things about like ancient kinds of magic that has to do with the Platinum Dragon. You instantly you can look a little bit closer what Silas is looking at, and you know that this is a deck of many things. And you also know you've heard rumors that some of them can kind of have their own personality, and you have no idea what the fuck could happen if it sits in a bag of holding for a very long time. But you know that's the thing floating in front of Silas that he's so interested in is a deck of many things.
Silas, look at it this way. If you don't touch it now, it's still in the bag. And if you decide you want to touch them later, you can touch them later. But for now, we need to get back up there and we need to find Nico.
Oh, it's so conflicted.
They will still be in the bag. Silas, please.
I have tried for so long to help people.
You have helped people. You've helped so many people.
I wish I felt like it.
I'm not sure if they'll let you leave this bag if you touch them. And this would not be a good end for you. You would be trapped here like that creature. Think of that little cat you were telling me about. And I still have to teach you Draconic.
What are you two doing out there, hearing all Amy say this?
I don't think they're necessarily doing anything really. Like I know I'm holding
Just kind of
onto someone's
watching as
arm.
Ami's
Holding onto the rope.
Yeah.
begging
Hold
for
the
Silas to
rope.
come with her.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like we're strangers to y'all.
Okay.
If I stay in here, Nico and Tamiel will have one less obstacle.
You are not an obstacle to them. But if you stay in here, how many people lose you? The little lady at the tavern, she loses you. How am I supposed to tell her about that? Kazim? Kazim loses you. And you keep telling me that you all believe that little girl, the little cat, is dead. But Nico swears that there's a way to get her back. What am I supposed to tell her if I ever meet her? Oh, I fucked up and I let him go in a bag with me and then he touched a fucking stack of fucking mystical cards and now we're fucked. Sorry. Silas, you can come back for them. But at least tell people where you're going first.
Take a step back. Okay.
She's going to hold out her hand to him.
His hand, but like every part of him is shaking. Like after the last, that's 20 minutes of his life. Like he is
Silas.
drenched in sweat. He is pale.
Wisdom saving throw with disadvantage. But you'd have advantage, so roll regular throw.
Is
I'll
that
touch
natural
it.
20?
So
It's
concerned.
one. It's one or the other.
It's
Either
so
natural
concerned.
or
This is
natural
tense,
20.
y'all.
Can we confirm? Did he grab her hand or no?
No, not yet. He's just. This is him walking away and pulling his hand away for right now.
I'm sending it to you, and I want you to take full control over my character for this interaction.
Okay. Oh well.
Go on, is that?
Pacing back and forth as hard as I can.
If it looks like he's going back towards the cards, she is going to grab him with the scythe.
He's pretty far away. You'd have to step in the room.
She would do it.
Okay.
To keep him away from the cards, she would do it.
You do see what looks like him about to reach out for the cards. He is beginning to reach towards it.
Fuck it.
Okay, so as soon as you step into the room, Zorn and Lindell, the door, boom, shuts close. Aimee, you feel the rope
What happens
drop.
to the rope? Oh shit.
That's fine.
You hear the door close behind you as you see Silas beginning to go towards it. Zephyr, 1 through 4. Pick one.
3.
I think I have constipation.
Okay.
I'm so fucking
Okay.
nervous.
Okay.
God
Okay.
damn it.
Okay. 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 We just before you are able to get up to Silas, you see that he just kind of reaches on, touches the deck, and draws cards out from it. And boom, the whole room begins going white. You all kind of black out for a moment. Whiteness just takes over all of your bodies as you all just kind of awake. You're hearing the birds tweeting in the sky. You're hearing the breeze going over the trees. You're outside. Aimee, you're next to your tent. You don't know exactly what happened. You look around as Silas, you were standing there holding 3 cards. Would you like to go through them?
I'd like to look at one
Okay.
after making sure that everyone else is okay.
You look around and you notice that everyone's there. All of you guys kind of look up and you look around, and Zorn, Lindell, Aimee, and Draxto, you're all there. And Silas, you're all kind of surrounding Silas as he's sitting there. Silas, in your other hand, is still the box that was in there. Closed, locked, but it's in your hand. And 3 cards that you haven't quite looked at yet.
I'd like to pull the first card.
Do I retain any slight memory of what just happened?
You remember reaching out with your scythe, and just before you were able to grab him, you see him just kind of stretch out and grab those cards, and just white.
She's going to drop to her knees and start bawling.
Okay.
If that's gonna happen, Silas is gonna put away the card for the minute and go to her, put a hand on her shoulder.
Okay.
She's not going to let you touch her.
You are aware that he has to look at all 3 of them within the next 24 hours.
She's not going to let you touch her. And she's going to tell you, read your cards so that I can go home.
It was not my choice.
It was your choice. You've chosen your fate. I tried to talk you out of it. You had many opportunities to come with me. Read your cards.
My
See
hand was,
what it has
my
chosen
hand
for
was
you.
guided.
Misguided. See what fate you've chosen for yourself. I wish you the best.
I asked you once if you would trust me to do what was right.
When there are voices taking over your head, I cannot trust those. All I
My
can do now is
actions.
hope. Hope that you've done the right thing. And not separated us from them forever.
What I've done was for them.
And so it sounded. Read your cards, Silas Locke.
I pocket them.
Okay. I mean, you are aware if he doesn't read within the next 24 hours, all of the effects of that deck will happen at the same time.
What are you doing?
If it is not my fate, then it shall not be.
If you do not read those, everything that is possible will happen. You must read them.
And you must trust me.
I'm doing my best.
The choice I make, it is not out of malice or jealousy or spite.
It is out of being tired.
My hand was guided.
Then let it be.
The fates have not betrayed me yet.
I would like to go home.
You and I both know your work is not yet done.
And it will not be done sitting in this dreamland. So please read your cards. And I will be here to tell them what fate happens.
Not here. And I'll offer a hand. I've seen your past. I will show you mine. Orcs deal in fair trade.
She'll go with you.
And he will also go to Zorn and offer a hand.
They're not there. Right?
I thought we were
Yeah, everyone's there. Everyone is out.
is there.
Yeah, for some reason, you all just kind of appeared just alongside Silas, but Silas is in the middle of all of you.
Oh.
Yeah, you were all on the ground. Zorn and Lindell have no fucking idea what the hell happened, though.
Yeah, like they're just fucking.
They literally
each
just
other.
saw the rope drop and then white.
Yeah, like Zorn is looking around trying to figure out, are we out? Is this reality? Or are we still inside?
Yeah, like I just have my arm hooked like with Zorn's, kind of holding up to him.
Yeah, he's looking around trying to make sure, like, is this reality? Is this fantasy?
Oh my god.
Roll perception.
Alright.
Is this a real?
I guess this is not reality. That is a total
I cast
of...
guidance.
I mean, it won't help much.
What is
Anna,
it?
it won't help much.
What is it?
It's fine.
Well, if you count the
12.
guidance, it would be 6.
Yeah, you've no idea. The ground feels squishy.
I rolled a 1.
Yeah. You rolled a 1. Then you're for sure.
rolled a
You're still in the bag of holding. For sure, still in it.
I know, it's like Sonny's too busy. He's looking
Yeah.
around.
You go look. Silas. You go to help Zord, and you see him like grabbing the ground, just kind of looking around. You see like patting down, and you hear him saying, "Where's the rope? Where's the rope?"
Boss, where's the rope?
Brother,
Huh?
we are home.
Are you sure? There was some freaky shit happening in there.
Believe me, I know.
Right? Looks around, flinches a bit. Looks past Draxter. So, what happens now?
Would you join me on a small walk home?
Someone's going to look to Lindell.
You just nudge your head at, and not her head at you.
Yes. I'm going to stand up. Can I, help Lindell up as well?
You are also welcome. Should you see fit.
Can I just say that this is a very odd pairing of orc elf?
I wasn't gonna say anything, but yeah, I noticed that last week.
Put it like that.
And Karma, I'd like to go to Zenok.
Okay. Are you guys going with him? What are you doing?
Yeah, no,
I'm taking my bag, but yeah.
Okay, so you.
I mean, whatever zone goes.
I'm gonna assume that you guys all just kind of help as Aimee just quickly breaks down. Silas, you begin walking. Zoran, you're kind of trying to keep your distance so you can keep an eye on him, but also make sure that the other two are able to watch. And I would assume that Lindell, you kind of quickly walk over, try and help untie the bag, and you pack it all up, and you quickly begin racing behind Silas. So Silas does not give a fuck about you guys as he's just continuing to walk back home. Takes you guys a couple like an hour or two just to get through the woods and stuff, but you're all able to get there. Silas, you have about 20-ish minutes before they get there to do whatever you want to do first at Zenok by yourself. As you walk into your burnt down camp, that you remember putting up some of the tents back so it was serviceable, and the graves that you've laid out for your entire tribe.
I'm gonna go to those graves, and like at the end of the line, I'm gonna plant the glaive that I bought.
Okay.
As a sort of like, kind of like an addition, kind of a tribute mix.
Okay.
And then I will just kneel in front of them and do quiet prayer until they arrive.
Okay. Out of curiosity, I have to know, what are you going to be using the glaive from now on? Like,
no, the glaive was for planting here to be with my clan.
What were you going to go with?
I'm going with the axe.
Okay. So as you guys walk up to him, you see Silas just sitting in front of these bunch of different weapons, and that glaive that he normally carries with him, planting next to all these. They pretty clearly seem to be some kind of grave. Zoran, you have heard about this. You weren't really raised with orcs or anything like that, but you've heard of them doing this, where the weapons, it seems to be either that they're slain with or fought with, is used as a tombstone, essentially. So you are able to kind of tell that this is a gravesite of some kind, as you see Silas just kind of bowing in front of them, praying.
So I'm just going to move a bit closer, keep a respectable distance. So it's going to be kind of slightly like behind Silas, off to the side a bit. It's at a respectable distance where it's kind of kneel down a bit and stay there until Silas is done praying.
I think once I am done, I'm gonna set up like a small circle for the four of us to sit in.
I guess sense.
Like during the time of waiting, someone have looked around at the ruined camp. I don't believe. Yeah, no, I don't think the like any real information about Silas has been brought up to Zorn yet. So
Mm-mm.
yeah, he.
It's okay. It's new to IME too, so we're all on the same page.
Yeah. Like,
Look, guys,
it is,
I'm sorry that my dead family is a bit of a touchy subject.
it's mostly as that Zorn is like, yeah, no, like going for a walk. Okay, Silas is really like rushing ahead. Okay, and then wanders into this burnt down camp, and it's like, oh.
Well, damn.
So,
Yeah, going to sit down in the little circle next to. I was assume kind of next, like try and sit next to both Silas and Lindell.
mm-hmm.
So is the duck duck goose order orc elf?
Dragon.
Dragon's probably gonna sit behind everybody. He's the
He doesn't
goose.
give a shit. He's not even near you guys. He's outside of the camp, just kind of laying down.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, he's the
if anything, I assume he's either sitting like where Zorn can see him, or he's like right behind him, just with his breath on his neck.
Probably. Creepily sitting just far enough away and just out of the corner of Zorn's eyesight.
And I will lay the 3 cards out in the center of the circle.
Face up or face down?
Face down.
Okay. You gotta be clear with this shit. Come on. You and I both know what we're fucking with here, Zeph.
Yeah, I think we all do. Comments
I mean,
very brave.
If you don't
Comments
and you're
brave.
listening to this, pause. Figure out what the fuck we're talking about, and then come back. Cool? Cool.
Calvin, you're very brave to put this in to level 6 place.
Mm.
But I will look to IME for guidance. Because this is the thing, he doesn't know what this is. It's just some cards. All
Fuck
he
it.
knows, if you touch this, then all the nightmares will stop.
Karma, what all does she know about these lovely things?
You know that they can either make kings out of ragged homeless people, or they can absolutely decimate. You've also heard of them being able to. You've heard stories of them being able to level cities. So
She's going to look at him and tell him the power that you have in those 3 cards can either raise you, ruin you, or the world. You have 24 hours from the time of drawing to show all the cards, or every card in the deck comes true.
There was a voice.
I heard.
I don't know if it was a whisper or something far greater, but a higher being took over every inch of me. They are the ones that drew the cards in my stead. I must believe that this happened for a reason.
These decks can have their own personalities, Silas. And being in that
yet-
bag may have distorted it just as much as it distorted that man. All I can do is be here with you and hope for the best.
Put the card on the right.
First card, you're flipping it over?
Yep.
Okay. I think I need to find the right music for this.
Oh, good.
I feel like circus music would fit.
And Tiamat rises from the graves.
What do we do? I'm trying to find like suspenseful.
Mm.
Yeah.
Damn it, we should have rested. We should have fucking
Okay.
rested.
So
before
as you
this.
flip over that first card, you see what looks to be a flashing light. As before all three of you, all of a sudden there's this beautiful golden throne that just seems to be sitting there as it slowly begins to flicker out into different little metal scraps as it's flying across the top of the trees. You have pulled the throne. You gain proficiency in the persuasion skill. You double the proficiency bonus on checks made with that skill. So you get proficiency on persuasion and you get the double your
Yeah.
proficiency
Yes.
bonus.
Cool.
In addition, you gain rightful ownership for a small keep somewhere in the world. However, the keep is currently in the hands of monsters, which you must clear out before you claim the keep as yours. So within your hand,
That's fucking dope.
as the throne begins disappearing, in your hand, Silas, is a small rusted key.
Man, let's just hope it's not infested by
And a map.
like beholders.
I was half expecting just a bunch of monsters to appear in Zenok. You'll be like, this is it. All right, cool.
Welcome home!
That'd be fucked.
Man, I wonder if it's the doppelganger space of operations.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Ooh.
Haha.
All right.
Does this
I'm
mean
gonna.
Silas?
I'm gonna. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Silas
Isn't it?
became a lord.
Holy shit, Lord Silas!
He did.
I'm gonna look
Silas!
at him and tell him, do not breathe a sigh of relief yet.
We can continue now, or we can wait.
How worse for wear are you?
How to word this? Physically, I am fine. Mentally, I have a little left.
So you go for the last one?
Not yet. I don't think.
Okay.
Ooh.
Tell us the story of your people and then proceed. Try to get that short rest in before,
Yeah. I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'd probably regale. Not even things I've been a part of. Probably sort of the long-winded story of how Zenok, as a clan, sort of split from the main tribes that originated and came here due to the unique flora, the good hunting grounds, and a nearby civilization initially to raid and pillage them, but as decades became centuries, to eventually consider them neighbors, and how Silas was effectively the emissary between Zenok and River's Run for a while. He would give them meat and seasonings and such in exchange for metals to make better weapons and fresh supplies for camping. And then one night he came back from camp and he just remembered screams, and the symbol of the purists on banners as his camp, his home, burned. The first thing he did was run to his own tent. His wife wasn't there. He ran out and was nearly shot by an arrow, but his wife jumped in front of him with a shield, handed him his glaive, and the two fought for a better part of an hour. And then he saw that fucking grinning, demonic face of whatever the fuck. Doppelganger, demon, whatever it could be. He heard Groomish's voice, and then he just remembers this aching pain in the back of his head as though he'd been hit by a hammer. And the next thing he knew, he woke up with his wife dead, throat slit, next to him, and every member of his tribe accounted for and dead. He spent a couple days in Rivers Run. He met a very interesting Aarakocra, a whimsical, if not slightly out of their depths, ASMR. And the most strange tabaxi, who helped him bury the dead, and he promised to travel with them and keep them safe. And as of right now, he's the only one left. Carver, is that enough for a short rest?
Yeah, I'll say you guys can have a short rest.
Yeah.
It's like that is very sort of hurried and shortened down to what
That
it would have
literally-
actually been.
I mean, that's cool. That's the shit that didn't give me shit.
I'm trying.
I know.
And then fuck it, Karma, I'll pull another card.
Alright, which one? You could pick left or right.
I go left.
Always go
So
left.
the one that would have been last.
That would have been last, yes.
Let me pull up my notes here. And beforehand, I am so sorry.
Oh no.
God, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but this one's going to be a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Oh my god.
As you flip over the card, a bright orangish red light flashes as flames burst up as you just see this large red head, huge horns crowding around. It's massive. It's about the size of all four of you together as it locks eyes with you, Silas, as you see a large hand pointing towards you and go, "I will end you." And it vanishes. You pulled flames. A powerful devil becomes your enemy. The devil seeks to ruin and plague your life, savoring your suffering before attempting to slay you. This enmity lasts until either you or the devil dies.
Oh fuck.
So, is it Thursday?
I think it might be Thursday.
Honestly, Silas would probably have a look of apathy on his face.
One of us needs to learn true polymorph and turn it into a goat.
Turn it into a frog. You just squish it.
And he's just gonna sort of look at the remnants of the card.
Yeah, there's only like a small slight corner left. And then you have the card next to it. That's the only one left.
I told you that it would do this. That it would give you quests that you are not ready for.
No monster or demon can cause me more pain than I have already suffered. I welcome the challenge. Can't be worse than Tamiel.
So this is going to lock eyes with little, like with just this look of it's not our Tabby. I'm pretty sure.
Yet to be confirmed.
Sure, fucking hope not.
Yet to be confirmed. You know, when I was a child, I didn't believe in devils. I welcome the challenge.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
I'll flip the final card.
You flip it, and a bright, brilliant golden light flows over, and all that seems to be sitting there is what looks to be some kind of key, just floating above it. Do you grab it?
I mean, I've come this far. Fuck it.
I'm gonna grab his leg before he touches it, just in case it teleports him.
As soon as you reach out and grab this key, it turns into like this bar almost that connects to this large piece of just kind of this beautiful bluish gem almost. It looks like a see-through kind of blue as this gorgeous shield appears within your hand, and you've just received the animated shield.
Oh shit!
Ah.
Essentially, it just says that a rare item appears in your hand, and I get to choose.
Yeah.
So I chose the animated shield.
Interesting.
Essentially, do you know what that does?
I'm reading it now.
Yeah, it pretty much is a shield that acts like a normal shield that floats in front of you, so you can attack with both your hands or grapple instead of having to hold onto the shield. So you still get the
That's
bonus
actually
of the
very fucking
shield
cool.
without
Yeah.
having to hold it. So
Without that, honestly, that's pretty good because grappling is kind of my whole thing right now.
yeah, and two-handed
Ooh.
weapons, you can use a great sword with two hands.
Yeah. And that lasts for a minute as well. Cool.
Yep. As the
That's fucking dope.
card below it seems to just disintegrate, and you've drawn all of your cards.
My armor's higher than 11.
Woo!
You got so fucking lucky on those. It could have been so much worse.
I honestly, it would have been a fitting end to Silas had it been worse. But
Where'd you put the other cards, by the way? You had the box.
The box is like tied to my fucking hip.
Okay, because you have the rest of the deck.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, I'm so gonna use that on some people.
If Kazim doesn't fuck up and try to steal it first.
I'm saying it, Kazim. Like, you can eat if you want to take it, it's fine. But in return, you're helping me fight a devil.
It would have been interesting to see him get the throne.
I'm genuinely I'm debating who I give that to because Silas isn't gonna. He's gonna go clear it out eventually, but he's not gonna keep it. So there are some options on who we give that to.
So he's not going to keep the keep.
The keep will not be kept.
Keep on keeping the keep.
He'll go clear it out. He'll do all the busy work, but you know, Silas ruling over a small portion of land. I don't know about you guys. I don't see it.
He could make it his new home. Give it to a clan of orcs.
Yeah, give it a
It would be
week.
fitting.
It'd be a fucking mess, is what it would be. Shit
Anyway.
everywhere. But yeah,
Well, not literal.
we'll see. But Silas is gonna kind of hold the shield in his hand a little bit.
Okay.
Look at the key in the map and pocket them.
Okay.
I'm
then-
really gonna fall backwards. Just
And he's gonna take the corner of the flames card,
Mm-hmm.
and he's gonna keep that as well.
Okay.
As a bit of a memory as to what he has to do.
Okay.
And
This was exciting.
Yeah.
You are all welcome to stay the night here. I understand it's not typical for everybody, but I've made sure that there's at least 4 comfortable tents.
We've been on the road for a long time. A night in the forest will not be any different. We appreciate it.
Also looked to Zorn. There's a good hunting ground, so 200 feet north of here. And black garlic, if you're interested.
Good. More of a hunter than a forager, but it would be nice to hunt something for breakfast, perhaps. Actually, what time is it?
You can roll perception if you want to.
All right. That is 12.
Sometime noonish, maybe later, maybe before. Kind of hard to tell. It's bright.
Scratch that. Hunt something for lunch.
Do you need help?
I mean, I wouldn't say no. I'm gonna look to Silas. You know these grounds better than us? Care to guide?
All due respect, my friend. That bag was the second worst experience I've ever had. I will need a moment.
I understand.
And
Well,
take care of the
Silas has calmed down, but he's still fucking pale. There is not a hint of green in his skin.
So I'm just
In that
going
case,
to.
we'll take care of it, right, Zorn?
So I'm just going to nod. He's going to go up, put a hand on Silas's shoulder. Hey, we sent that thing to Yertris. Any preference for lunch?
Something salty.
See what I can do. I'll go off to hunt.
Okay. I'm gonna need you.
Potentially forage for garlic, but you know.
I'm gonna need you to roll for either nature or survival.
Alrighty then.
Actually, Zorn, if you go hunt for meat, I'll focus on foraging. What about it?
Sounds good.
I will do it this way.
All
All right.
well
then
then.
that
Lindell.
is. Oh shit. A natural 20 for
Outside?
23. 23.
Good.
As
Not
you
bad either.
as you begin venturing out into the woods, Zorn, you are able to kind of creep around pretty easily and follow some tracks of what seems to be a very large deer. You're able to get close enough to where you could probably take it out. It hasn't noticed you yet, so you do find a very good size, like maybe 6-point deer. It's pretty big,
All right then. Oh, yeah.
19 total for foraging.
19. So you kind of walk around and you're wandering around the woods, seeing if you can find anything. You're finding a lot of good herbs like rosemaries, and you do manage to find the black garlic that the black truffle that Silas was talking about that was around. Found a really good sized one. You do know what truffles are. You've never really had black truffle before, but you're pretty excited, as Silas loves those kinds of things. You do manage to find some garlic. So, yeah, you find some good herbs. Zorn, I need you to roll for an attack for me.
Yes. Yeah, straight roll, or do I have advantage since
Straight-
it hasn't noticed me?
I will say you have advantage because it hasn't noticed you. You're right.
Alright. Alright. That is. Where's my plus stats? There's a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay, so you're kind of hiding behind a tree and you see it kind of grazing. As soon as it lifts its head up, you go around and you let loose of your bow, and it just fucking drops. Good hit.
Is it just instantly dead, or is it laying on the
We're
ground?
hunting, you're not fighting it. There's a difference. You know what I mean? So, with it not noticing
I'm
you,
more thinking like, did it kill it immediately, or is it laying on
Yeah.
the ground suffering?
it's dead.
Because I'd like.
You,
Okay,
as
good.
a hunter and as an orc hunter, you know kind of where to shoot to make it so that it just kind of drops and it's good. Because you guys, it's not less sport and more for respect of nature that you go hunting. So yeah,
Yeah, indeed.
you took it out easily. as you all
I,
begin dragging back your haul. I'm sorry, Lindell, you come back with your herbs and your garlics and all that. Silas, as you're doing whatever it is you're doing, you see Zorn walking back, dragging a good-sized buck as he begins stringing it up on a tree and skinning it and bleeding it, getting it ready, preparing it.
During the skinning product, the preparations of it, is going to offer up some small prayers to Lufik and Yurtris.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, what you doing?
For the first little bit, she was literally just laying there like, dear gods, what in the fuck? Because that was some shit. Other than that, honestly, she's probably gonna go over and like flop down in the grass beside Draxto and just kind of like muffled with like the grass on her face be like, we need better forms of communication. Pronto.
You just hear that black smoke come out. So, all of you roll for perception for me. Feeling weird.
13 total.
So 13. Silas, you got what?
15.
15.
21.
21. Zorn?
Let's see. That is, well, it's not good. Let's see. It is a total of 5. A natural 1 for a total of 5.
Okay. So, Aimi and Silas, you both feel this just kind of like magical pulse. As again, you see another one of those weird blue walls of energy just kind of quickly, boom, like the source of the shockwave has gone across the land all of a sudden as you both turn around and notice far, incredibly far to the north. You would imagine maybe even on the other side of Peak Barrows Mountains, you notice this bluish purple like column of energy just kind of raining down, and then one more large pulse go across the entire land. Fucking
Can I roll
weird.
for Arcana?
Sure.
I wanna know if she knows what that is, because I don't know what that is. No, that's a 10. Okay, so that's a 15.
You can tell it's some large surge of something magical, but you've never seen anything that reactive before, so you honestly have no fucking idea. For all you know, one of the capital's fucking, like, magical levitators have just blown, but you've no idea.
Just gonna look at Draxto.
What?
That direction, would it match the direction of the cave?
I mean, it's
The
north,
worm?
but it's way past that.
No, like the cave with the scroll.
No.
There.
No,
Okay.
I knew what you were talking about. That's more
Yeah.
north into the east, but that's still before the mountains. Where this looks like it's fucking well past the mountains.
Okay.
You just see this
okay.
bright, because you can tell it's very far away, but you can still tell it's pretty powerful, but it's tiny from comparatively. You can tell it's incredibly far away. This just seems to be you could probably tell that anything close to it's probably dead because it was still fairly powerful, but it was faint kind of magic that you were feeling.
Yeah.
And Zorn missed all of it.
Yeah, you and Lindell you've no
Thought it
idea.
was windy.
You guys are busy. You ain't paying attention to that shit.
A nuke has gone off and so.
Hey. Zorn takes his job very seriously. He is making sure to treat this their carcass with utmost respect.
Imi's probably gonna look at Draxto and be like, Did I miss something? Did we know any magic that could do something like that here?
Do you know of any magic that what?
That could do something like that?
Are you asking me or asking them?
Talking to the dragon!
Oh. You just see Draxter kind of look up. And he just shakes his head.
Oh, you're not gonna talk to me?
You just hear those guttural growls, and
Where the fuck? Okay,
you can't hear
I'm
them.
concerned now. She's gonna be like, Silas! And flop the other direction in the grass.
I'll sort of get up and walk over.
I still can't understand him.
Perhaps the pocket dimension you said it was of the bag of holding mess with your
It worked
magic.
perfectly fine while we were in the bag. So I feel like it has something to do with the one who made the spell that did this.
You think there's something up with Tamiel?
Indeed. But I can't have him running around as a human because he won't last very long. It'll last for like an hour and then he'll be back. She's gonna like sit up and dust herself off and be like, I realize I'm getting very comfortable on the outside and I don't really like it. And try to like start fixing her hair. Like, oh shit, I'm not being royal enough.
The wilds and the forests are a serene and comforting place, as is their nature. And I'm gonna look towards the spire of magic. I think is the best way I can describe it, and just... You don't think that that's where they are, do you?
Would that be roughly the direction of the rock that she had marked?
I mean, it's so far away. You were going
Probably
north
not.
when you were tracking the tracks, but it stopped at
It's
some
been
random
2
rock
days.
wall. Yeah,
It's been 2 days.
it's been you can't remember, and it's so far away that pretty much any direction is that direction.
I'm not quite certain.
We put ourselves in a predicament where we have two choices. Choice number one, clearly something has gone wrong up north. Do we go back to Greymoor and find out if A, they've detected it, which I imagine they have, and B, whether they think it's something of concern, or do we just wait it out? I still cannot follow how defeating that Bagman was beneficial to us finding Nico, but
Whatever Tamiel is, he requires deals to bolster his magic.
of that much I've gathered.
And in order to save your friend, I made a deal. Now that it is completed, on my end, I'm not quite sure how well that's going to fare out for him. But what can I do about it?
Wait and see, I suppose.
I don't know if you have some way of trying to contact them, or if there's even a way to scry for them in some case.
There is, to my knowledge, some way to scry within the flow. We used it to track the doppelganger.
Lindell, Zorn,
our
are you just
initial-
kind of fucking cooking while they're talking? I just realized you guys are still not like crazy far away, but are you whispering or are you listening to that? Are you loud enough that they can hear you? What's going on here?
The thing is, like,
I need to vision. I need to envision what's going on because because they don't
I rolled
notice
a
it.
natural one. Zorn
Yeah,
doesn't
Zorn
hear
doesn't give a shit. Zorn
he's-
he's paying attention.
He's
But-
absorbed in preparing the dare, all the meat. He's not cooking it because he's shit at cooking. He's just
preparing it. Yep, he's just
to be
skimming it.
cooked.
He's just focusing on what he's doing over there. But with how many times you mentioned like Tamiel and stuff and trying to figure out what's going, I'm curious if like Lindell is just kind of sitting there. Okay.
The thing is, like, the thing is, they're like those two, Silas and I mean, like, they clearly know things and they're dealing with something of their own. But like in a place where they literally know no one else, and the first fucking clue that I have gathered so far is from people that are clearly having issues in general currently.
Okay.
Like,
I'm just trying to envision what the camp is looking like, because I'm literally visioning Silas and Amy having the serious conversation. Zorn's by a tree. He's happy as shit right now. He doesn't give a fuck. But I'm just imagining I'm imagining Lindell just trying to figure out, oh fuck, what did I do? What did I get into?
Lindell is like looking between Zorn and them, and Zorn and them. And by the way, I rolled like 17 total, like for
Yeah, you hear them. You know, you hear them talking.
Yeah, so like she just doesn't know what to do.
Okay. I'm sorry. I needed to be aware of what was going on.
Yeah. No, she's just
Okay.
holding close to Zorn, but like she's keeping an ear out because I mean they are here to find Tamil. So
Okay. I wanted to establish that before you guys continued going further of how you guys were talking.
Yeah.
So I could figure out who knew what. Anyway, you were talking about how there is the scrying tower.
Yes, so there is a way we can scribe.
And perhaps we go after lunch and we ask to scry for Nico, and you can ask for the spire information, and maybe we'll get it all at once. Maybe.
So you are planning on sticking around.
At least until I find your friend. Like I said, I did stick a deal with the other that you don't like. And his part of the deal is now to be paid forth.
I wouldn't have held it against you if you wanted to just up and leave.
I
It's
cannot
all
leave
crossed
until
my
I have
mind.
this information. This information is very important to me.
The thought has crossed my mind more than once, if I'm entirely truthful.
If I leave, you are more than welcome to come with me.
Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of leaving the one who drew the cards?
You already drew the cards. You're done with that now, except for the giant, ugly creature that. Yes. She's just gonna kind of move her hands and like popped up kind of motion. Just. Yeah. But on an isle full of dragons, I'm pretty sure it'll be a little better there.
I fear my duties are not yet done.
Nor are mine. I still have information to gather.
And I have a god of chaos, of darkness, of evil, and doppelgangers and such to try and figure out at some point.
And I still
Demon.
must teach you. Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I still must teach you Draconic.
I suppose.
Was it deal?
Before we go though, and I'm gonna pull out the map. Maps are not my specialty. I rely more on a visual aid.
Mm.
I know north and south, and east and west, and left and right, but I don't think I've ever actually looked at a map of Ethyl. And I would very much appreciate the education of one far higher stature than myself.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna unroll it and hope for the best.
You're unrolling the map that you got from the...
I'm unrolling the map, yep.
Okay, so as you unroll it, it is very obviously a pretty rough sketch of Ethyl. But you do notice that it is mostly the northern part of Ethyl. There seems to be a part... Okay. It also has the lower part, so you guys are about southwestern, then there's Kin, then there's the mountain range. It seems on the the western side of the mountain range, kind of by a lake of some kind. Over on the western side, there seems to be just a X drawn on there.
Okay. I'm looking at the map now. Lake on the western side. Okay.
Yeah, I need to have that spelling and like all that shit. Have a fucking gun and run to that bitch.
So
It's a pain in the ass.
so not too far away from Drake, or a bit more north.
It's pretty close to that. It's a little bit more north. You'd probably assume that it could be considered part of Drake at some point, but yeah, somewhere over there.
Okay.
Where can one find this updated map?
Oh,
There's no updated map.
Well, the only thing I can see has nothing on it.
oh.
What?
Dragon
Where is
broke
Why can I not
it.
figure out where the hell the map is?
It's in our group
Yeah, it
chat.
should be in Ethyl.
Yeah,
It's gonna be-
send you save. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pin it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
will you
pin
pin
it.
it for me?
Do
Yeah,
it.
sure thing.
Because I went way too
so?
far up on it.
It has
Yeah,
been.
don't worry, it will be updated soon. Maybe even tonight if I have the fucking
And for all of those that can't see it,
brain capacity for that.
For all
go
those
back
who
to the
can't,
other episode.
Huh?
for all those who can't see it, that sounds like a skill issue.
Ooh, get your
You
perception.
know,
Actually,
why
I-
don't you fucking do it then? Why don't you fucking do an entire map, huh?
I
Yeah, hold
am.
up.
I'm currently working on one for a
Okay.
campaign that I'm gonna run for Karma.
Yeah, you can
Anyway.
fucking do this one too then.
Anyway.
Anyway,
Meet
there is gonna be a very, very small part of Silas. It's like, okay, that's north. The spire was north. Did my keep just explode? Probably not the
He's putting two and two together.
I would totally do something like that. I totally
Yeah.
would do something like that.
Turns out the capital just fucking fell down onto the ground. The fucking capital.
No, but
here's-
genuinely, that's a possibility.
No,
Yeah.
here's probably what happened. So he got the keep, right? And then he got a powerful devil to declare him an enemy. The powerful devil found his keep and just decided, you know what? I'm gonna blow the sky high.
It no longer.
I tried
Honestly,
pulling
though, if the devil truly does know Silas and knows like what his fears are going to be and how to make his life hell, he'd make Silas keep the keep. That's
okay.
more painful to him.
Reverse psychology bullshit.
No, it is though, because like Silas living that life would be like, I just want to go outside.
Anyway,
Like that, I'm gonna look after people and shit. But yeah,
Figuring out map, eating lunch.
yeah.
okay, so you'll enjoy some nice venison. I will say that Silas is probably Silas. You're cooking, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Survival with advantage. Let's see how good it is.
Hell yeah. That is the math. The highest is a 22.
22. Okay, so yeah, he kind of just cuts off pieces of the venison off and begins grilling it on like a very flat rock, cutting into seems like steaks. And he also grabs some bread that he had. He's cutting that and using some of the fat from the deer to kind of crisp them up and making kind of steak sandwiches for you guys with some of the spinach lettuce that
Oh, nice.
Lindell was able to grab. And he's grabbing some of that black truffle and sprinkling it on top of the steaks as it cooks. And yeah, you guys are all able to have a very delicious steak sandwich prepared by Silas.
Ooh.
You know what?
I will
think
also.
Lindell. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, Dragster would also have some meat as well if they decide to take it, because I
Roll
know
perception.
they're meat.
Who? Everybody?
Everybody, anybody who wants to.
Okay.
I'll go 17.
Okay.
Ooh, I see nothing. This is the best
17
sandwich of my
total
life.
too.
Okay.
Hey.
12.
Okay, so Lindell and Silas, you go to try and give Draxto some, and I mean you're just kind of enjoying it. It's an amazing sandwich. It's so good that you're just so focused on it.
I've never had
Draxto's
steak.
eating the raw deer. Like he didn't even wait for you guys to hand him it. He just snuck
He's like,
over it. He's just sneaking over it. You guys both notice him mid-bite as he's like, and he pulls away the leg and just starts kind of walking in the woods with just the leg.
Silas is going to put a little bit of the black truffle on the raw deer and just enjoy yourself, my friend. No, not even the dragon. Eventually, he will love my cooking. I don't give a fuck.
He just didn't give a shit. He was waiting for shit. He just deer eat.
Yeah, but he gets some truffle. I'll trade it. He did good. He saved my life.
Okay.
And then,
Lindell will actually walk up to Amy. You know, like a little bit like away from everyone, like, you know, he talks like a girl to a girl, you know.
Oh my god.
Kind of situation. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Silas is so cute.
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, meanwhile, Swan and Silas
Pale
is sitting
today,
there.
it was perfect.
Oh, did you see his hair? Oh my god! Like, did he like shave it? Oh my god!
I hate
I was
Lindell.
meant to be a reveal for later. That was meant to be like a huge reveal later. Fuck up.
No, but she'll walk after her like a little shy, like she's like looking kind of downwards. I heard you guys before, in general, talking about Tamil and how, especially Silas, wasn't necessarily a huge fan of the person,
It's not what you think it is, darling, I promise.
which was why I wanted to ask. Could you tell me a bit about them? Just
I'm gonna
I've
say,
been looking for so long.
before we go into this, I'm gonna say let's take our break here so we can come back to this
Oh.
uninterrupted, as we're just about that 2-hour mark. So before we get
Oh,
too
yeah.
deep into this little roleplay session, I want to make sure we can go uninterrupted for it. So we'll be right back with that break. I'm gonna leave the mics on for you guys so that they can talk to you if they want to, but I will personally be right back.
Oh my
It's
god.
about to keep Silas.
Yeah,
Cool, I love it. I had
I've
the
got.
same idea that Dyer had, that it could be such a perfect place for your orc tribe.
Yeah.
To have a place of their own.
The
Well,
keep
so say I
doesn't suit
expected
them
that
though.
It's not like it's something that you need to fucking rule over. You can literally be like, by the way, guys, this is yours now. You can have it. Like, as a
I don't
place
know.
for them to have
Well,
a proper, you know.
I feel like
I
it
don't
depends on where the keep is situated, because if it's like in the outskirts of some town or like out in the wilderness, then it would be fairly nice. It could have big hunting grounds. So I guess
Yeah.
it's because it's a keep doesn't mean it's a city life, so to say.
Yeah. The thing is like there's Silas sees so many other people who could do more with it than him. Because like, yeah, it would be good, but it's for Silas. It's never been a case of want. It's been a case of need. That's why, and I messaged Malachi to say flip me a coin on whether or not I would just straight up take the deck, or if I would try and keep resisting it, because it's like Silas sees that as like, in a very selfish way, Silas saw it as a way out of this life.
That's how I was thinking about it.
It's like this is my one chance to just fuck it all and just be done. But like, it was the fact that Kazim and Nico are still out there.
I will be honest. There was a part of me during that bit that was like, is this like something that like has Zephyr and Karma planned?
I don't plan shit. I don't plan. The only thing I like meticulously planned with Karma was the shift to fighter. Like, I went into this. I'll be transparent. I went into this completely blind. I rolled a nat 20 on that last roll, and I was like, the thing is, obviously, I could walk away, but also there's a world in which the nat 20 means I take it. So I was like, Karma, I'm just gonna leave it with you because I know what this is. We all know what this is. Right, I'm gonna very quickly go get another drink before Karma gets back. 'Cause I've gone
Oh
into
yeah,
that.
sure. I also need a drink.
I have milk.
Sam,
What's
you can
your
talk
milk?
about me.
I am some dipshit inside your head.
You're not a dragon, fuck off.
I didn't claim to
Careful with the
be.
word
Exactly.
dipshit.
Fuck off.
Give me all your cookies.
She doesn't have
Woo.
cookies.
Ah, shit.
She's never had sweets, so.
I see. Give me all of your sugar-free alternatives.
Not how that works either. That's a little rude. But whatever. That's fine. I'll just cry in the corner.
I apologize. Why do I keep talking like this?
No, 110% though. Ayami was pretty sure he was gonna pull the worst fucking card in the deck, and that she just made him kill himself.
Yeah, no, I. There's the thing. Like those, you don't mess around with those decks. I can't say. I love the magic items that has like some like random effect, like big random thingamabob that might happen. I love like for instance, I would be honest. One of my favorite items, and this is an item that I kind of regret, but at the same time I fucking love it, is the Wand of Wonders. I love things like I love wild magic. It's my favorite sorcerer subclass. Like I love random shit.
I honestly don't know what.
Okay.
I don't know how to proceed.
Hi, Sapphire. We were talking about the Wand of Wonders.
It's the best
Wand of
magic item in the
Wonders?
game.
What?
Best magic item in the game.
What
Second best magic item in the game. Second only to the immovable rod.
What if you were to like combine the two? You have the Wand of Wonders, but it doubles as an immovable rod.
I would just make it one of the rolls. Like it's a staff. It's a staff of wonders, and one of like the 100 roll is the staff just stops moving for a minute and becomes a movable rod. But
Interesting.
so I've got a list of right now. I've got a list of 4 people I could give the keep to, or 4 sets of people I could give the keep to.
Interesting.
Mm.
Also, there's one thing I said. I had a plan. I had a plan for the combat when like all of those undead things showed up. I had a plan. I
Here's the
never
kicker.
got to execute it.
What did I tell you, dude?
Hold on.
No,
When
but
it comes
here's the
to-
thing, my
when it
plan was to
DM Karma, do not plan.
no, but here's the thing. My plan was in an attempt to help Silas deal with it. I was basically going to either before my attack, as part of my attack, I was basically going to turn to him and be like, "Hey, let's send these shits to Yurtrus. Try and reach him. Connect to him. Tell him, get him to think of something he knows to, that way. Sure, someone doesn't know his, deal with undead and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But still, for someone it would be more of a, just
Try
try
and
to bond with
anchor him.
Silas.
Yeah, anchoring him. Yeah, I did tell you before, Seb. Planning is allowing for failure. Whereas if you don't plan anything, whatever happens, you can always say part of the plan.
That's true. I just find it funny, and this is something that I just find it hilarious. During the entire time in the back, I didn't get a single proper turn. All of my turns had to go to I hold my action to do this when this happens.
Oh my
If this
God.
happens. Every single one. It was quite something. And I thought when all of the undead turned up, I was like, yes, I can finally do something like proper turn.
Yeah,
and
nah.
turn to dust, and it's like, well then.
Nope.
Can we just talk about how shit my rolls are today, by the way? I've got some pretty good... I've either got nat 20s or 5s. That's it.
Hey. Don't talk shit about my 5 perception.
I was so...
Which I got twice.
I will say, there was a good 10 minutes where I was sat here thinking, this is it, Silas dies. Especially with all those failed wisdom saves, I was like, this is it. This fucking it.
I'm gonna be real. If you were one less in the roll that I did for your cards, you would have disappeared.
I believe it. I believe it.
No, I have to say, in terms of rolls, like rolling bad or good, I like that I got a natural 20 on, hunting. I like that. That's nice.
They're pretty good.
That made up for the poor perception.
I'm good at this one. Look at me shine.
Yeah.
I'm the prettiest star in the not galaxy because not where stars go.
All right.
But yeah. I figured giving that decision to Karma would be like, he will know what best suits the narrative for this, because I genuinely don't know.
Mhm.
Hey, it worked out.
I decided because of how much power was behind it, Silas was detecting that so much could come from pulling it, and so much good probably could come from it, that he weighed out the risks, and he decided he was going to try and wield whatever magic was there.
He was genuinely hoping that he would get, like, a wish. And it would just be to just see Mistrix one more time. Not even bring her back, just one more conversation. That would have been it.
Oh.
All right. Are we ready to get back?
Before we go back to this is not something I will linger, just a quick thing. Like while they're having their conversation, I feel like Zorn would try to talk to Silas, just general conversation about how
we
life
have
was.
girl time and a boy and boy time.
More like
Just a general conversation how it was to live in Senok, live with a proper tribe, because Zorn didn't. He grew up in the city.
They're just gonna sit there and grunt at each other. It'll be fine.
Look, giant is more than grunting. Occasionally we huff, okay?
Hey, it's okay. My dragon just grumbles.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the conversation would probably start with just like, is this authentic orc cooking? I mean, sure, we had some when I grew up, but not a lot. Just general stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. We can do that.
Reel us back in, Karma. Reel us back in.
You guys are enjoying your delicious steak sandwiches and hanging out as Aimee and Lindell are. Essentially, they're having their little conversation as Zorn and Silas are sitting back, and Silas is just kind of explaining what it was like living in a tribe, living as a traditional kind of orc was to Zorn, who never really had that kind of lifestyle, really. He's heard about it, but he's never actually experienced it himself. So I'd like to ask Lindell and Aimee, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, do I have the give me a second, I'm just gonna mess real quick.
Use magic on me. I will be very unimpressed with your existence.
Wait, what?
You're looking for stuff, so I'm just letting you know. I will be unimpressed with you. Like Dire to Dragon, I will be unimpressed with your RP skills, ma'am.
Yeah, I seriously didn't know if I had this with me or not. I'm going to pull out this. It's a very crumbled piece of paper. You can see there was some water damage. It was probably tears. Just some crumples and cuts and just one corner of it is slightly burned too for some reason. It's like a piece of paper with a picture of an Asima, light platinum blonde hair, amethyst eyes, a nice smile. This is our Tamil, and we have been looking so long for him. It's just we've heard Silas talk about another Tamil, and the way that he spoke of him does not indicate it's the same one. You seem of different minds. I was just hoping that maybe this
Karma?
could be our one.
Do I recognize the person in the picture?
I mean, you could roll for perception if you want to, or investigation, either of those.
Not bad, not bad. Let's see which one's higher. I think perception's higher. Yeah, perception's higher. 18.
Okay. As you're looking it over, like she said, it's very kind of worn and it's been folded a million times. It's old-ish. Obviously, she's had it for a very long time. It's it's drawn. It's very well drawn, but yeah, this particular Asmar, you're not really. It doesn't really look all that familiar. I mean,
Does it look like the one from the dream? Because I would remember the dream.
it does look like that young, small child, just a lot older.
She's gonna like scoot over a little bit from her little sitting spot and like pat beside her to have you sit down.
Oh, she like she would just like look at her and like she would sit down, and kind of like her hand just like messing with her hand messing with her heart, just like nervously like running through it. She looks disheveled just in general. It's clear they've been on the road for quite a while.
Yeah. Tell me, little one.
Hmm?
What is this person to you?
Well, she'll have like a very slight blush on her cheeks. He is a friend of ours. We used to hang out all the time. The three of us, Zorn, Tamil, and I. You know, childhood friends. They were always there. Both of them.
Was there a day that this Tamiel was dragged away from you abruptly by a taller gentleman? And she's going to describe the gentleman that Nico actually talked to that was dragging the little boy away.
Which,
dream.
Lindell, you do kind of recognize as Tamiel's
It would
father.
it would happen like all the time too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a common occurrence.
I do not know how much I am given to tell you. But what I do know is the person you are seeking is part of what I am seeking. They may not
seeking
be
for him too.
They may not be the Tamiel. For I fear that this person named Tamiel is different than your Tamiel. But perhaps the other Nico. Like the other Nico. Sorry, my words. Stop shaking. You're driving me nuts. Cool. Sorry. Perhaps Nico will be able to enlighten you. For the Tamiel we have is more aptly an asshole in comparison. Though he has chanced to be a gentleman, he does not fit with what I believe you're looking for.
Well, Tamil, as sweet as he is, he did used to have a bit of temperament. We did used to get in a lot of trouble all the time. A lot of trouble.
I saw.
Wait, you saw?
Again, I'm not quite sure how much I can tell you. But let us say that I'm sure that somewhere in the mess of the two that I am looking for currently, his friend, I do believe you will find your friend.
Lundell will get like a you will see like in her eyes just like a sparkle of like of hope and like a gentle smile as she just like holds this crumpled paper close to her chest. You just want them back. So
Bear with it, though. I'm not sure how he will take receiving you.
I mean, we are his best friends. I'm sure he'll be happy. Yes.
He has been through quite a lot. As has Silas, as you can tell. And as has their feathered friend.
Have you been traveling long with them?
Sadly, no. I haven't gotten the chance to endure what they have. Whether that be a good thing or a bad thing, I'm not quite sure. I know that they are hurting, or have been hurt, and I know that at this moment they are on the edge of a precipice. and I am doing my best to keep them from falling.
If this is indeed our Tamil, I'm sure he'll do what he thinks is best. He has quite a strong opinion on things sometimes.
Indeed. But fear not. She's gonna, like, gently pat her shoulder. All good things come with patience and time.
Thank you. Thank you. And she would just like, with like the edge of her hand, just get like the tears out of the corner of her eyes, sniffle a little bit, and she would try to like compose herself before anything. Well, I imagine the dinner is ready by this point.
Dinner? What are you talking about? You mean lunch you guys already ate?
We already ate lunch.
I was gonna say, yeah, we just ate.
I think she's just trying to find a way to end the conversation.
I thought it was like before, like, you know, under the time he was cooking. But okay.
Yeah, he was already. Oh, you wanted to do this while he was cooking?
Yeah, that
Okay,
would be like when
That's
he's
fine.
busy and like, yeah.
So,
Right, everyone vomit up your lunch. We have to do it again.
There you go.
anyway,
Yeah.
so you guys have enjoyed your delicious sandwiches and relaxed under the sun for a while. You all have gone through a lot today, as you are
Indeed.
kind of just enjoying the beautiful weather. Anyone like to make a perception check?
I will.
Sure.
Alice is always watching, and what does he see? 15.
15?
Uh,
12?
I ain't see shit. 8.
Okay.
I got a 12 as well.
Silas, you're the only person that can tell. As you're sitting there, you're all eating, you hear the ringing of what sounds to be the church or the flow's bells.
Is it like, did they normally ring at this time
Nope,
of day? or-
you've never heard them going off
Okay.
before, actually.
The alarm chimes. Out of place. I'm
I'm
afraid
just
my
gonna
duty
look at-
calls.
I'm just gonna look at you confused.
Yeah, none of you can fucking hear it.
The city. Something is happening at the flow.
When he says this, then all of you can kind of listen very carefully, and it's a long distance away, but you can just hear the chiming of what sounds to be large bells coming from the direction of the flow.
Like,
A special holiday?
not that I am aware of. This seems more urgent. You are
Let's go.
all welcome to come or stay, whatever you wish, but I'm gonna get up, strap on my shield, and whistle for the dog.
Dog comes running from behind a tree all of a sudden. He's just kind of there wagging his tail, all super happy.
I'm just gonna look at Draxto and be like, "Can we do that?"
You just see him kind of glare at you and just... as that black
We
smoke just
can't
comes out.
talk. What do you want from me?
He just kind of keeps walking
Lindel's
behind.
gonna just prepare too.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Soren is going to
Alright, we're
try
going.
and pet the dog.
So just walking back to River's Run.
Oh, I'm double timing.
Okay,
Yep.
so as you guys are
Gotcha.
making
Yeah,
your way,
we-
it took you a good like hour or two to get out here. So it takes you about a good 45 minutes to an hour to be able to get back to Imy's tent. As you see, kind of looking around Imy's tent is seems to be Tasha, who's walking around your tent as she kind of knew you guys were going to be out here. She overhears you guys talking all the time. So she seems to be looking for something around your tent.
Tasha, is everything alright?
She looks up and sees you, and she just kind of runs over and she goes, "They found him! They found him!
Found.
They
Nico.
found Nico! He's
Okay.
he's down at the flow. He's down at the flow right now. I came to find you guys as soon as I heard. Come on, let's go!" as she just kind of quickly picks up her dress as she's like, pretty much running as fast as she, yeah. You see that she's covered in dirt too, so she was running to find you guys rummaging through
Zorn
shit.
is going to basically like squat down a bit and basically just gesture for Linda like, come hop on my back, we're running.
I got my fucking steed. Let's go, bitch. I'm gonna be fucking.
Question, Karma.
Piggybacking.
Is the dragon big enough for me to ride?
No, unfortunately.
God damn
Also,
it, I was
it's
gonna be
the
so
size of a
excited.
dog.
Okay,
It's
let me.
like
If it was a
medium-sized.
halfling, maybe you'd probably try it with a halfling. But yeah,
Okay, fair. Small children, okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna look at Zorn and Lindell. You may finally get your answers.
Hope so.
So
I'm already
let's
gone.
go.
I'm already like,
Oh yeah, this is as I'm running. I'm like
Yeah.
talking. To
yeah,
them.
so as you guys are running
Uh,
through the fields and through the streets, you're seeing what looks to be guards beginning to make their way towards the flow. You also see like citizens beginning to kind of there seems to be a crowd going towards the flows district.
I realized something. This is the 4th time today that me and
No,
Lynn have been rushing.
We're running.
cardio,
You guys are just running all over the goddamn city.
cardio.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be. You guys are not
Our
walking
glutes are
tomorrow.
made out of fucking
Anyway,
steel.
That's where we deserve expertise in athletics.
Yeah, I'll say Zorn probably does, just because he's piggybacking fucking
I
Lindell
was
right
gonna
now.
say yeah.
He's doing it with two
Lindell
people.
touches
Anyway,
on quite a lot.
as soon as you guys cross over the current district's bridge towards the flow, you notice that there's a large crowd kind of circling the main courtyard around there as you guys begin pushing your way through. What?
Dragon in the front to split the crowd.
Yeah, you see that the crowd is kind of. They do see the dragon. They are kind of parting ways as you guys are running, but mainly it's also Tasha is running in front of you guys. And as you begin walking through the entire crowd, and it seems like if you didn't know better, it seems like all of the citizens of River Run are there. As you break through the crowd, and you just see you're surrounded by a bunch of guards in a circle with their weapons drawn, is this body floating just kind of in front of the steps of the flow. And as you get closer, Silas and Aimi both realize that is 100% Nico, and he looks fucked up. He's just kind of floating there. He's got cuts and bruises all over his body. You're seeing that kind of weird bluish energy kind of coming out of every single cut on his body. He's not moving whatsoever, but you do see him just kind of breathing, and on top of him seems to be a small bag that just there seems to be a note that just says the initials BB or BS. Yeah, that's it.
That's some bullshit in a bag.
I was telling myself, don't say it, Seb. Don't say it, Seb.
That's alright. I'll take the full. BS. Did we know anyone?
Aimi is gonna shove through the guards
Okay.
with the dragon.
Yeah, you notice that they just kind of make way as all of them are just kind of around, and you see as you begin approaching, they all just kind of back up a little bit, and you see Tasha just kind of.
will also do that.
Yeah. You see Tasha just kind of walking over as she's trying to figure out, like, do I touch him? What do I do? Lindell and Zorn. Zorn, your weird instincts of knowing when an ASMR is near you is going off, obviously, as you are walking towards that ASMR. And Lindell, that being in front of you is incredibly familiar. Your heart almost seems to skip as soon as you see him.
I'm just gonna like mental link with Zorn. Cause this could be it. And
Silas. Oh, sorry.
Silas, we
no,
need
sorry.
to get him inside.
Yeah, Silas is like, thank you, Tasha, and he's gonna pick him up. We need to get Nico inside now.
I'll take the bag and stuff off of him.
Okay. As soon as you go to kind of pick him up, you notice that blue energy pouring out of him just kind of stops as you feel the weight just kind of give into your arms. It seems like it was being held there until someone was to grab him purposefully. You look over him again, you notice that his clothes are just shredded. It looks like something just kind of burst from him. For the most part, he looks fairly normal, except you notice where he's got that black hair with the white bangs. You notice a very pronounced blonde streak going through his white bangs now. He seems to be breathing. He's warm. He's just not waking up or moving, or he just doesn't seem to respond to anything that you're doing. But you guys begin walking him in. I mean, as you grab the bag, you do feel like there's some weight in there. You hear like a couple things clanging together. You also hear a bunch of paper rustling, but that's kind of just it. And as you look closer at the note, underneath where it says BS in big letters, you just see Bomb Squad.
Oh my god, that's what fucking stupid.
Wait.
It's a letter
Okay.
to us. Yeah, it's a letter to us.
Either that or it's something else. Okay.
Okay.
That I'm taking the bag, tying it to the.
I have the bag.
Oh, you have the bag. Sorry,
you
my
have
bad.
you have the creature.
I'm in fight or flight mode right now, and I'm ready to fight some shit. Okay.
Get him in the flow. Straight into the flow. Like I'm even
Straight-
like push the door open and
Yeah, medical bay now.
Okay, so you guys begin running as fast as you can into the medical bay, and it is completely empty. As you see a bunch of the guards kind of following behind you guys, and the other guards are trying to disperse the crowd as you guys are trying to get some privacy away from everything. As soon as you get into the medical bay, you notice that the archway to it gets blocked off by a bunch of guards behind you guys, so that no one else could get in.
I'm gonna scream, "Get me Greymore!"
Yeah. As soon as you start yelling that out and you lay Nico down on one of the beds that's kind of open, he just kind of, he's still limp in it, but he's still breathing, and you hear it breathing calmly. It doesn't seem like he's trying very hard. It almost, you didn't know about it, it seems like he'd be asleep or something. But you do hear Grammar walking up behind you through the guards and says, let me through. As he kind of bursts in and goes, what? Oh my, okay. What happened? Where was he? Tell me everything.
He was floating outside. That's all we know. He went missing. Now he was floating outside.
Okay. All right.
Can I cast detect magic
Go for it.
to see if he's like cursed or something? Yeah. I roll.
Okay.
That is a 15.
So you go to detect magic. There doesn't seem to be any kind of curses. There also doesn't seem to be any magical effects on him. What you can tell is, I'm just going to say that you have been near Nico. It just feels like his magical energy is nearly gone. It just seems so faint, barely there.
Okay. I will relay this information and tell them, the magic that he has is almost gone.
So you see Greymore just kind of examining Nico, and he's taking his pulse and he's stroking through his hair and he's looking at all of his cuts and goes, "My God, what happened to him?"
Your guess is as good as ours.
He turns over his arm and goes, "Well, that's different." And where you guys have seen that that cut on it, that scar on his arm, that was that bright blue scar, now seems to be this silhouette of like a jagged dagger of some kind, just kind of on his arm for some reason. Yeah, it seems to be just a blue outline of that, kind of like the scar was before, but it seems also different. You've also noticed that the necklace that's on his the necklace that he always has on him seems very dull compared to what it normally is.
Silas, please give me the other piece. And she's gonna like hold her hand out behind her.
Hesitantly giving you the crystal.
I'm going to put them as close together as I can and cast mending, and hope that helps.
Okay. As you bring the piece forward, you kind of look at it and realize it is complete. It's not missing a piece, which is kind of odd and confusing, but it still just seems dull. Don't know why.
I think Lindell would take like a hesitant, like close step, like over to somewhere like around the head area, I suppose, and just take one look at it. Yeah, just one look at it. At the ASMR.
Yeah, no,
kind of
Thorn
like...
is right there doing that as well.
as soon as you guys kind of get a closer look and you see the structure of his face and you wipe the hair out of his eyes, you both can instantly recognize this Tamiel. This is 100% the friend you went looking for. He seems, you don't know what's happened to him. His skin is much lighter, paler than it was before. His hair is much darker than it was before. Something has happened to him where his skin almost seems like kind of see-through almost, but yeah, you're not sure what has happened to him.
Yeah, Lindell she would just like burst in tears, like just hands holding over her nose and her mouth, and just her leg are like almost giving out. she just like takes support in Zorn.
Yeah, that was supposed to say. Son has his hand on her shoulder.
Greymore, do you have smelling salts?
I might have something, but I don't think that's going to help here
We
at
can
all.
at least try.
Okay, as he's going over to the nurse's station, he's kind of digging through a bunch of things as he's pulling out different little containers as he walks back over, and he kind of breaks a small glass capsule that he has and puts it underneath Nico's nose. Unfazed. Nothing happens.
Then what is your best bet?
I've never, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It looks like the magic from him has just exploded out of him. All these cuts and things, it looks like something has happened to him where it took an enormous amount of energy and nearly killed him. And it looks like maybe some kind of effect has been given to him to sleep and try and recover. From what I can tell, based on, you said he was floating outside?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna say he couldn't have done that. That happened before he got here. So I think someone did this to him in an attempt to save him. Maybe I don't know. I'm never seen this before.
She's gonna look at Silas and be like, "Could that explain?"
A question for
Fire.
a question for when he is awake. And I'm gonna just look to any scribe near me, have a message go out to Nicholas and his family immediately, tell them that they are summoned to the flow. We found Nico.
You see him quickly just write something down, and he's gone. He's running out. Okay.
Well,
You see Greymore stand up, and he goes, "Okay, you two, I need you to cover those marks and bandages, clean them up, make sure that we're not getting infected. And I'm sorry, all we can do is wait and hope that he wakes up. I have to go let other people know. I will be back."
Greymore,
You've done more than we could ask.
if anyone tries to arrest this young man, they will speak to myself and my mother.
I've already had a talk around. We're not going to arrest him. He does need to stay here until Kazim gets whatever he was looking for, but he's staying in here until he's better. He's fine. Don't worry. We're going to take care of him. I'll send somebody out for Kazim, but I have a lot I need to do. I will be back when I can. And he just kind of walks off. Yeah, you're hearing outside a bunch of guards yelling people to disperse, go away, and stuff like that. You do hear Greymore tell someone that perhaps they need to go send for Kazim or something. But you guys are now in the room. There are still the 4 guards blocking the archway, making sure that no one can get in, but you guys are going to be in here for a minute. What are you guys doing until the family gets here?
She's bandaging him.
Okay. 2 other scribes. I'm
Lindell
sorry, there are also 2 other scribes that are helping bandage him, but
She-
Lindell, what are you doing?
yeah, she will look like at Ayumi, like in her face, and she would just nod her head, like, yeah. She would just nod her head, nodding at Ayumi, and she would just stand and close by to Tamiel and watch over. She so wants to just like walk out there and like help, but she doesn't. Oh, she doesn't. She like Her mom is an apothecary, like, sure, she knows shit, like, a little bit, but, like, that is beyond her capabilities, and she doesn't want to screw anything up.
With the eye contact, she's gonna, like, look over at Zorn and be like, sit her down, please.
So I'm just going to nod and. Are there any chairs nearby?
Yeah, you guys around each of those beds, or at least one or
Yeah.
two chairs, and you guys are able to bring them
Yeah,
over to Nico's bedside.
He's going to go take one chair, like place it kind of at the foot of the bed, and gently try and guide Lynn to sit down in it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she just follows, like, mindlessly.
As you guys watching the scribes cleaning up all of the wounds that are just all over his body, arms, legs, face, neck, back, lifting, rolling him over, and just cleaning every single one. You're hearing them kind of mumble and goes, they look like they're cauterized. What is... It looks like someone attempted to heal him before he got here. Do we know if anyone saw how he got here or anything? Okay, they're covering head to toe in bandages. You're seeing that one of his eyes has been covered. As you saw, there was a huge gash through what would be his black eye. And so there's a large kind of cut that they've cleaned up and put a bandage over it, head to toe covered in bandages, except for maybe his left eye and a part of his face, so that he can still breathe and move his jaw and stuff if he wants to. You're seeing that they're starting some kind of IV drip to just kind of give him some kind of nutrients as he's unconscious in front of you guys. You still got about 25 minutes before anyone gets here. Do you want to do anything before then?
I may check the bag. There may be a spare potion of healing in there.
Dyer doesn't want to do that, but Iami will.
Okay. So you go into the bag that is...
She's gonna go to the corner of the room and look in that bag.
As you open up the bag, you notice that there seems to be 4 letters in there. There seems to be a beautiful white glistening orb in there, and there seems to be a golden dagger that's in there.
Silas, does any of this make sense to you?
I don't want to ask, but I have to. Does the orb look familiar?
Does the orb look familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that Mistrix was in.
Did the letters say anything on them?
There's one that says Kazim, there's one that says Silas, there's one that says Aimi, and there's one that says Lindell and Zorn.
Wait, what?
You don't know that yet. I haven't said anything.
Oh my god. Oh my. You are gonna see Silas with the most, again, just very conflicted, as in back in the room with the deck of cards, conflicted.
I'm gonna like sit like facing the corner with the bag in front of me, and I'm gonna read her letter.
You're gonna read Aimi's?
Yeah, Aimi's gonna read her letter. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be a minute to type this up for you.
You're fine. You're fine. Dyer doesn't want to know. Oh, fuck. Zephyr, the whole world just changed.
Fucking orb. I don't know what to do here.
Don't do what Zephyr wants to do. Do what Silas would react.
I don't know what Silas would do. There is a 50-50 shot of him staying here or just walking the fuck out, because today has just been trauma after trauma after trauma.
Hey, we gotta get it all, rip the band-aid off so you can have a couple days off.
I've been ripping the band-aid off for a month.
Yeah.
That's a big ass band-aid.
It's a whole body.
It's a full body cast.
Well, Silas is going to be well waxed then.
Oh my god. I just wanted to give him a makeover, dude.
Now he's smooth as a baby.
This is meant to be our downtime.
I mean,
The whole
This is supposed to be the easy bit.
hey, Nico seems to be taking it easy.
Oh, fuck off. Actually, go fuck
Come
yourself.
on.
Actually, go fuck your whole self. What do I do? I don't know what I do. What should I do? YouTube, comment down below.
Yeah, they're gonna
Buddy.
comment. We're still going, buddy. Come on. I'm not gonna cry. Everything's fine.
I'm gonna kill something. So I'd cry if I were you. And to be honest, you will probably see Silas's face having this argument in his own head. Because he knows what that orb is, he knows what it has done, can do, and will do again.
See, Ayumi doesn't understand any of it. She doesn't know the dagger. She doesn't know the orb.
I don't know if I know the dagger. Karma, do I recognize the dagger?
It's Brox's dagger.
Great. Cool. Like, through his fucking teeth, don't touch that thing. Pointing at the orb.
Oh.
Pointing at the orb.
Karma, oh god, I have to read it because she does.
You don't have to read it out loud. You can read it to yourself if you want to. So Silas just leaves, or what's the deal?
Nah, he's just staring at that fucking orb. God. I have to wait until he wakes up. I have to wait.
Oh god.
Silas is gonna stand guard at the foot of the bed. Like, shield out, axe out, facing the doorway.
Okay.
Protecting one of the only members of family he's got left.
Okay.
And
Zorn.
he's just gonna wait.
Ayumi is like paler than she normally is, and she's just like blank staring, holding this letter, and she's just like, Zorn, can I borrow you for a moment?
Kind of, glances over at Lynn to see if she's in a state where he feels like he can, leave her alone for a bit.
You don't have to leave. You don't have to leave the room. It's this. She's just gonna hold the letter up.
He's going to take it and look at it. Like, is this Ayami's letter or is this Swans and Lindell's
The letter for them. The letter for them.
Okay.
He's going to take it and open it and read it.
All right. Let me get both of theirs typed out. And let's see. Do this. Add. Where is Sib?
He's right here. What are you talking about?
I know.
Come on, we need some comedic relief here, guys.
Well, what?
I still don't. I still don't know what I'm supposed to be potentially crying about. So I'm just gonna enjoy my vehement contemplation.
Why can I not just add somebody to this? Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on.
Because you're not allowed.
For some reason, I
Ivy's
can't
going-
add Seb to a different thing.
Haha, sucks to suck, nerd. No, I'm kidding.
Do you want to like make a
friends.
group? Oh yeah, most likely.
Yes, we've not added each other as friends.
Okay, well,
Wow.
I know. Boom.
Done.
I just
So-
think.
I'm gonna have to fuck in.
Friend, you'll never get rid of me now. Just you know.
That's fine.
So, as you type Karma, Ayami is going to ever so nonchalantly walk over to Silas and just kind of like blink a couple times and look at him and just be like, what? Well, you'll get what you wanted.
Hand me the fucking letter.
She's just gonna hand you the bag. I do believe Nico's return is a parting gift. So Kazim won. And she's gonna walk back into the room with Nico.
Alice is gonna grab her arm gently, but
She'll look back at you.
stay. It's just for a moment. Whatever this is, it's clearly not something meant to be tackled alone.
She's gonna nod and just kind of like step back and ever so slightly just lean against him.
Hmm?
And when you look at her face, like you can tell that part of her, like there's like a sparkle of excitement in her eye, but then her entire just aura bleeds. Oh God. Like in the way of, do I cry because I'm happy? Do I cry because I'm sad? Why is he doing this the way he's doing it?
Silas put an arm around her as a sort of comfort thing.
I got the information that I wanted.
We all will, I'm sure.
Kazim especially. He's going to love it. And one tear will like roll down her cheek.
I don't know what this letter entails, but all I ever asked for was the truth. I hope you know that.
You wanted to relax. And we will have it.
Dawn is going to walk over to Lynn and hand her the letter. If nothing else, to help her keep her focus on something.
Read it.
Does Silas read his letter?
Yeah, he's gonna read it. Sort of like over Ayami's shoulder.
Oh, she's like too far like in her own zone to
So,
even
so wait,
bother
are you
to
reading
look
your
at
letter or are you reading Ayami's letter?
No, I'm reading my letter, but like, because
Okay.
obviously she's leaning on. So Silas got one arm around her, with the other hand holding out the letter for him to read. That's the thing. I don't know how to react to any of this until I know what I'm reacting to.
Mm-hmm. Shit. I hate being right.
Ellie's gonna sit there and, like, you know, hold on to the door and be like, oh, sitting down and, like, looking at Tamio, I suppose. While you two have, like, whatever. Is it bad? I don't like that. No, I don't like that.
All I can do is take a deep breath right now. You don't even understand. Zeph will understand in a minute.
I'm getting a lot of context clues here.
Like, as player and as character, I'm stuck. Like, stuck between oh shit and oh shit.
This
Damn.
is-
Damn, bestie. Coming in hard.
Oh, I forgot to add part to Silas's. Hold on.
There's a PS section, Silas. Don't get too emotional yet.
There's something,
Such a
there's something
Tammy
written
thing
on the
to
back.
do. That's such a fucking Tammy thing to do. There's a PS section, by the way.
It is now PS.
Which first, because I was gonna do a thing, but now I don't think I can because there's an extra bit at the end.
I don't know whether to laugh, to cry, to throw shit.
Well, whatever you want to do, we've got an hour left. Just get
Oh
ready
my
for the long
God.
haul.
And fucking Josh isn't here. Fuck you, Josh, okay? Fuck your shit. I'm tired of it. I love you, but fuck you. And not in a fun way, okay?
Fuck you for having family commitments.
Fuck you for being a bird.
Oh my god! Whoa!
Whoa.
Sorry, that was more of a Mistrix reaction than anything
We'd
else.
like, we'd like to take this time to make it known that not all the cast share the racist view of Diafed.
It's the Mistrix racist view, thank you. Fucking bird.
Whoa.
Be glad she's not here. Be glad.
Would that be? I'm trying to find the correct, the exact word. Would that be the? What is the avian equivalent of racist?
Specious.
Speciest.
But
thinking more
he is a
Against
D&D
the
race,
species.
so it is racist.
Yeah.
True.
Fuck you, feather boy.
Hey.
Dick bird. You don't get your chicken for dinner because you're an asshole.
Right.
So we endorse bird on bird cannibalism, but not.
So the bit in between and Silas and PS, he's gonna scribble out with charcoal.
Okay.
Is that sort of, last little bit before the PS, he crosses that out because that's
Okay.
not who he is.
Okay.
My path is clear.
She's gonna kind of look up at you. What do we do?
You know I cannot mourn him.
Not
I-
even the part of him that saved your friend.
It would not be right.
Your friend is going to get so much joy out of this.
Not yet, he won't. We still have a job to do. The anchors are still in jeopardy. And Tamiel has made it very clear what must happen.
Your friend will not work with me. So maybe it is best if I stay in the city and I work as a link for your party.
Amy, we have plenty of emissaries and diplomats and regents.
I know.
What we need, what I need, is people I can trust, and that is a circle that gets smaller every day. I have Kazim, I have Nico, I have Greymore, I have Tasha, and I have you.
And occasionally Drexter when he's not in one of his moods.
Despite his demeanor, I trust him to enjoy this plane of existence. If nothing else, a playground for him. And if my theories and fears are true, should we let the anchors fall into the wrong hands, there will be nothing left for that dragon to hunt. He
I
will
was right.
rule over a kingdom of ash, and nothing more.
The connection I had is gone because Tamiel is gone.
We will find another way.
Wait. Could you like backtrack like a little bit? Maybe like 2 sentences in. Could you?
I think that's Lindell saying that.
No.
You're welcome.
Way to drop that on everyone.
Yep.
As you guys are,
I've been very careful to word things because I don't know what people do and don't know.
as you all are having this conversation, you just hear Nico, and you see that little girl bursting through the guards and running towards Nico's bed.
Silas the
That
child.
like takes a step back, like just confused.
Someone just seeing a shape quickly move towards like the unconscious
Don't you
form of
fucking
Cat.
bitch slap the child.
No, he's going to just instinctively he's going to tense up like he's ready to like step in the way or like just like then it clicks his brain. That's just a small child.
Yep, you see her kind of quickly run up and grab Nico's arm, as behind her, a few steps back, is a human woman and a human man as Crescelian. Nicholas are walking in. As you see Freya just kind of holding on, trying to find a place to kind of grab him, and she's shaking a little bit and goes, Nico, wake up. Nico, wake up. Nico, wake up! And you hear her voice breaking as tears are going down as Nico's just kind of shaking as Cresselia walks over and tries to, come on, Freya. He needs to rest. Come here.
I will go over, inviting Amy to join me, but not forcing her. And I will kneel down so that I'm like at the bed level and on the level of Freya.
Bitch, you're breaking my heart.
He will be alright, Huntress.
You see her kind of look up as the tears goes, you promise?
It was a long hunt, dear. He will be better soon.
I will not leave this room until he is well enough to walk on his own.
You see her just kind of tear up as she's trying to open her mouth to say something, but she just kind of runs into your arms and hugs your legs, Silas, crying.
I'm gonna summon the dog.
You whistle, as you normally do, as the dog just kind of runs between the legs of the guards, just out of nowhere, and just kind of runs up to Freya sits down and starts nuzzling into her. She turns around and hugs the dog, and she's petting it. You can hear her crying pretty heavily into the dog as the dog is just kind of sitting there with his ears back, tail not moving. That sad dog look.
Yep.
I imagine Drexto has like his head in the window, just like, what are we doing? What's up?
So just
Small
outside of the
curve.
window is kind of like a hill where you do see Drexter just kind of peeking in, looking in, trying to figure out what's going on, but you also just see him kind of laying there, trying not to get too involved, but he's watching over what's happening.
Nicholas, a moment on the side, if you will.
You see Nicholas kind of standing behind Cresselia, and you see his eyes just kind of wide, and his tears are going down his cheeks. As soon as you say his name, he just kind of snaps back and he looks at you and he goes, of course. As he just kind of follows you off to the side of the room and goes,
You need not be so stoic. I know how much he means to you.
as a father, I'm sure you understand that I have to be for her. But I appreciate your candor.
Had I not been through quite a troubling day, I would be showing my own emotions, but needs must. There is something you should know, though. I don't know the nature of your relationship with one Tamiel, the
Yes,
spectral guest.
Nico's twin. That's all I kind of knew about it. He just looked a lot like Nico. What about him?
There are many things you did not know about Tamiel, all of which I'm sure you'll learn in time, but Tamiel gave his life so that Nico could be with us now.
What I do know about Tamiel is he seems like one to... He truly loved Nico. Are you sure that he's dead?
Dead is a term that has many meanings in this life. What I can say for certain is a sacrifice was made.
Well, I wish this could have been different, but we have to watch over Nico. It's extra special then. I'm sorry. If you all need a place to stay or anything at all, please feel free to reach out to us. I have some arrangements we need to make. Will you watch over him for us so we can kind of do what we need to do?
I promised Freya would not leave his side until he is better.
He kind of
Orcs keep their word.
He kind of clasps your shoulder and just says, in very broken giant, he just says, "Thank you, friend."
Service for family.
As he walks over to Cresselia, who is just fucking streaming tears. She's not able to control it.
Ayumi would have been comforting her while she was having their conversation.
So you see her just kind of sobbing into her hands, and she's just at some point she does kind of reach over and just hug you very tightly, but there's no words or anything. She's just uncontrollably sighing as Nicholas walks over and kind of grabs Freya and goes, "Come on, child. We have things to do. We have to get ready. Nico's going to be awake any moment now. Come on, Cresselia." As he's trying to corral them out of the room, as he kind of nods at all of you and he just kind of words them out as "thank you" as he's walking.
Okay. I'm looking back at that bag.
Inside the bag, all have to take in your letters, and you see that white orb glowing inside of there. You also see the golden, beautiful dagger that Brachus has had, the one that Kazim had told you that Tammy had stolen, and a letter just labeled Kazim.
That damned creation. I will watch the boy. And when he awakes, I'll look to Zorn and Lundell. The two of you will get your answers, I'm sure. As
I
there
think
are
we
many
already
questions.
have our answers. Well, the most important, at least.
And yet it opens up more questions. This is your Tamiel, but it is our Nico. Which begs the question, what was our Tamiel? Nicholas has told me that you are all welcome to shelter in his dwelling. If that is what you choose.
Nicholas.
Tamiel's adoptive father.
Oh no, just like look at Zorn with like a bit of a sad smile.
Zorn is going to like let's describe it. Had this like kind of very like kind of stoic, serious face. At that mention, there's a little bit of a crack in like a little bit of a, I wouldn't say smirk exactly, but you know, the very corner of his mouth kind of, you know, angles up a bit. As it seems to have gotten a humorous thought. And he's going to
So he had
nod.
family down here.
The little girl, she is his adopted sister.
That we knew that he was staying with a family. He used to send us letters, actually. He did mention that he had someone he was staying with. Did not know it was that sort of arrangement.
He did mention adopting a puppy, saving a puppy, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah.
Well,
Believe me, we got questions. We got questions too.
I guess
We
the least we
all-
can do is be of assistance. And
The least you can do right now after the day we've had is rest.
I could say the same to you.
Talk about yourself.
I will rest when he is better. Not a
I
moment
think we're
before.
going to leave his side. It's not that when we just found him.
Silas. We will watch him together. You will need your strength. If not for him, then for yourself. For them, and I'm gonna to nod towards the door.
They are not my concern. The path ahead is what I dread.
All the more reason for you to have your strength. When you need rest, we will watch him. And you can make damn sure that I will die before I let anything happen to him.
Enough people have died today. Amy, first thing tomorrow we will speak with Greymore and see what we can do for you and Draxter.
I will do that on my own time.
But
I will be in this building all day tomorrow. We will have our time to relax. We will wait for him to recover, and then we will make a decision.
I have one request. Keep the artifact away from me. People are free to use it as they see fit, but right now I will be dangerous if I'm around it.
What will you have me do with it?
Protect it like an egg. Mother of dragons.
She'll gently nod and take it from him. Take the bag.
Yeah, yes. Kazim's dagger is in there. With luck, we will find him before the next sunrise, but
She's gonna step outside the door and just like motion to the nearest guard and like take the dagger, like 2 fingers, and then hand it to him and be like, evidence. There you are. Bye.
You see the guard just kind of walk up, and he just kind of grabs it, just kind of pulls it back, and just turns and just begins walking.
The dagger
Like,
was
that was
never
the
seen
weirdest.
again.
That was the weirdest thing that anyone has ever handed him. Like, no one just goes, evidence, holding a dagger by its tip.
yeah, I was gonna say like
He's just like,
holding a weapon, just like yeah,
Okay.
this is a surprise tool that'll help us later.
Well,
And the
she's
dagger
gonna-
was
like, she's
never
gonna
seen
make sure-
again.
what's
She's
that?
gonna make sure he knows to give it to Greymore. Like, she'll make sure.
Yeah,
like,
so you see him going back towards where probably there is some kind of evidence locker or something like that. But yeah, you also know that earlier today they were told that a dagger from Kazim was stolen. So they knew they were looking for some kind of dagger. They don't know if it's this one, but it's going back to evidence.
There you go. There it is. It was never stolen. It just happened to be in the evidence locker. It's fine.
Mhm.
Anywho,
Linda will probably just have like her chair like close to the bed and holding Camille's hand like in hers. Just in general. And yeah. Just watching. Over.
From Spire's side.
And I think Silas is gonna stand at the door and fulfill his promise.
Iami will be the brave one, and she will go ask for cots to be set up for them.
In here,
Wait, cops?
Cots.
Cops.
Beds.
like beds, in the room filled with
cots!
hospital beds.
COTS, okay.
Like,
I was like, cots?
in that specific room,
Yeah.
like little areas for them to sleep to be set up.
Yeah, so a bunch of gods starts
He said we
starts in
could-
the cutscenes.
He said we could stay wherever we wanted. That is where we want to stay.
Oh my god, slumber party!
Oh my god!
Lindell, when you grab Nico's hand, just kind of holding it, you do feel just the slightest little pressure. That perhaps he knows your presence. Maybe he had a twitch or something, but you do feel some kind of gripping of the hands. Perhaps you feel maybe he knows that you're there, but you're not sure.
You know what? I am not a bard, but I want to sing a lullaby to him.
What do you sing?
Probably sing like an elvish lullaby.
Okay.
Better sleep, you little bitch.
Go to sleep, mother.
The sheep laid down. The wolves lie down with the sheep. Please, you little asshole, go the fuck to sleep.
I will not get you a glass of water
You don't need to. I forgot how it goes.
That's not the Orcish version.
Would you like for me to do anything in particular for this song, sir?
I'm gonna say no, as you, again, as royalty, have been trained in kind of a little bit of everything. So it's gonna be kind of a mediocre. It's gonna be better than average, but still not like professional. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, it's not Mistrix level, but we
yeah,
get the
it's
point.
just a rendition of a simple Elvish lullaby that. How do I put it? It sounds very mechanical, as if like she's been told to memorize it 100 times, so she just knows it word for word. So you can tell that she's trying to be comforting, but it's also hard in an instance like this.
There's no personal twist.
Pretty much, she can't like hasn't put in like special words or anything. It's just exactly as the rendition is.
She's trying. She's
Yeah.
just traumatized.
Yeah. Okay, so
Have they given him new clothes?
so they kind of cut the rest of his clothes off, and then they just covered him in bandages, and then just put a blanket on him. So what does the dude in a coma need clothes for?
Because we know common decency. We know he's not going to
Common
want to wake
decency-
up and Eldritch blast somebody fully nude.
It would be indecent if there was no blanket.
Okay.
He's not fully nude. He has bandages.
Yeah, I mean, with how much with how much bandages is covering his body, clothes seem pretty moot at this point.
Okay.
So what
I
you're
can
saying
deal
is
with
he is
it.
now changed race to mummy.
Pretty much. Like the only piece of skin that you guys can't actually see is like right here on his face. That's about it.
Wakes up. Eldritch blast. Pow pow.
If he can move his fucking arms.
Does he have any like
we can even
touch-based
cast that
spells?
spell anymore.
What's that?
You
Does he
fucking
have
take that
any?
back, CJ.
I asked if does Nico have any touch-based spells?
Yeah, vampiric touch.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, like it wakes up instead of a like vampiric touch.
Yeah,
Again,
holding
He's
his-
done it before. He's
we are
Try me.
assuming he's still a warlock.
True. Wakes up, headbutt.
Yeah, because suddenly Nico became a fighter, not a lover.
What do you mean
So-
fighter? Clearly he's a barbarian. What are you talking about?
if the three of them are staying in the room with Nico,
Okay.
Ayami is going to try to have one of the librarians help her find anything and everything on the sphere. Because
Okay.
she knows that Mistrix is trapped in it. So she wants to find anything and everything on any kind of trapped sphere or dream sphere or whatever the fuck kind of sphere that could hold a soul.
Roll for Arcana for me first.
Oh god. Okay. I'm okay with that. Brain. You said Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
23.
Okay. So as you're kind of looking over the orb and talking to it, you do ask for different kind of talk about different kind of books about different kinds of magical physical items and stuff, physical gemstones, because you know that this is a dream stone that has to be created. You don't know much about it, you just know the name of it, and you know that it's made with incredibly powerful magic. You do know that there could be a way to keep souls into that. You've heard of that being a thing. You've no idea how or how that would work. Essentially, what you know is that this is supposed to induce a common dream for everyone. That's just that. It's just a dream. Your plants make memories. This is just kind of a hub for people to all dream about. It's generally used for like hospitals for like coma patients so that they can be in a small community to kind of communicate while they can't wake up usually. But this one seems different that you can't quite piece together. So he tells you you tell him to go grab some books on anything about that kind of thing. Perhaps he finds something, perhaps not. Does anyone do anything else?
I'm guarding all night.
Okay.
Like a fucking statue.
And then probably just sleeps like half on top of him, half on the bed, like just kind of like holding onto the hand. And like with the other one like holding onto Zorn.
Yeah.
They do kind of bring in some like small cots so you guys can be close to inside the room, for you guys to, stay in close proximity. They're not great. They're not super comfortable, but yeah, they are something. After a while, does anyone do anything else?
Not really.
Okay. So what?
You know what? Actually, no. I think like just like over time, and that would just like cast like just like looking all over him, just a little bit of prestidigitation here, prestidigitation, like get a bit of like, oh, if there's a blood splatter, always get it off, like kind of like little by little.
Jeez. Aimi is going to see if there's some way for her to talk to the people in the capital from where they are, because she knows they have the mirror for her isle, but she
Mhm.
wants to find. So you can ponder on that, but that's what she's.
So after a while, that scribe comes back with like 2-ish books. One is on the actual like creation of a dream orb. It's kind of more of a technical one. They don't really have ways of changing or anything like that, but it does give you information about like the creation of an orb, what it's really intended for, how it came about, things like that, kind of more trivia kind of things. And then you find another one where it's like it seems like a kind of storybook, about how a wizard makes an orb to create paradise for everyone, and he just goes, the story sounds similar to what I read about that kind of orb. I don't know it. I don't know even know if it's true, but it's something that's kind of all we have on dream orbs.
I appreciate your persistence and your efforts.
Of course. I'll go check on that other request. Give me a moment.
Thank
You kind of flip through the books. From what you can tell is a basic casting of whatever spell this would be to create this thing. You'd have to be incredibly high level. In the way of like, I don't want to get too technical with it, but double digits of level of some kind of magical power. They can be made for like hospice kind of conditions, people, so that they can go in peace. And there or even talks about some cultures use it as a different kind of burial, almost, to where people could still interact with the dead in some way and still have talks with them. In some ways, you have found part of the storybook talks about a trickster that has brought an orb to a town, and managed to get the entire town in it. And it seemed to, rather than people voluntarily being put into it, that it seemed like the orb was created by engulfing everyone into the town to create it. And that seemed to be a different way of how it was created in the storybook. Again, not sure if it's true or not like that. After a while, the scribe does come back. And he kind of says, unfortunately, when King Ashton took over, I've been informed that we no longer have our mirrors going for the capital anymore. They said something about national security or something like that. The only way we really have contact is with the messengers from the capitals that usually talk about our inspectors.
Could you please have one send a letter for me?
I'll reach out to Graymore. He's kind of the only person that can arrange those kinds of things at the capital, but I'll get the message with him. What do you need?
I have to speak with my ambassador.
I'm sorry, where are you from again?
She's just gonna kind of blink a little bit and start speaking in Draconic, and then switch over to Elvish, and then switch over to Primordial, and then be like, I am from the Isles, child.
I am so sorry. I'm very familiar with that area, but right away. We will get the message to the Isles ambassador. I'm so sorry. As he begins just kind of quickly walking away from you.
Like, oh shit, I'm in trouble.
Don't you know who I am?
Yeah. Did you just that? You literally just do you not know who I am? This random scribe.
I mean, she's been in there a couple times. The other scribe knows who she is.
Have you met all of them?
Sure, I've been in there enough.
No, you haven't. There's
Enough.
so many fucking people there.
I've met all 127 of them, and I can recite them all by name.
I don't even know that
There's
dude's name.
Bob, there's Rob, there's Billy, there's Billiard.
Roberto.
There's Bobby.
Roberto's the janitor, though.
There's Steve M and Steve L.
Yeah. There's Liz, there's Lissy, there's Elizabeth, there's Lasanja. Wait, no, that was Steve.
There's the Porurix.
Yes, Lissy Porurix.
Anyway,
Okay, now.
so yeah, I'll keep reading my book and just kind of keeping an eye on them, and I will eventually let Drexto in on what is happening or
Okay.
has happened.
Okay.
Past tense. Oh my god, I hate that. Okay. And I'll also ask him what he knows about the orb, but you can message me that because I will have him fucking write it in the goddamn dirt with his goddamn tail, bitch.
Are we playing charades? Like, just
You don't
showing like body
understand.
parts?
This is wait, hold on.
5 letters.
Hold
A
up.
color?
Am I the densest person in the world? Please tell me I'm not the densest person in the world. No, I'm not the densest. I know what I'm doing next. It's okay. I got this. Didn't think I was gonna need it, but now I know I do. I'ma fix it. Fuck you, Karma.
Are we doing anything else for the rest of the night?
I'm not.
Lindell is just there.
Not unless something happens.
Unless I talk to Greymore now.
I'd like you
But
all
he's-
to level up, please.
Oh god. Okay.
Fuck you, Josh. You don't get this level up.
No time.
Oh my god.
That's incredible. That's
A level.
good.
And as the night is beginning to crest over our town, an interesting day has been had, interesting moments have been shared, interesting information exchanged. There's a feeling of starting over. Something is going to be different as life is forever changed. Not sure where to proceed nor what has truly transpired. You all kind of sleep the best that you can for as much time as you can. Some more restless than others, with scribes and nurses and even citizens that have somehow known Nico come in to check and pay the respects and hope that they can find anything. A small table has been made just outside the room where you start beginning to see flowers and gifts of some kind being left in the room, or left there. Slow at first, not too many, but you are informed that it will be a few days before Nico might even recover and come back. They aren't sure when he's going to wake up, as they've never seen someone this advanced. But the night begins to settle, the moon begins to rise high, and I think that's where we're going to call it for the night. That was a very intense episode.
Fucking hell.
And-
dude.
Indeed.
I'd like to, and because that this was kind of split between two different instances, I like to spend the last 30 minutes doing our question time, since we didn't get one last week.
Woo woo.
Oh.
What are you talking about? It's totally the same
Same
week,
day.
guys.
Totally the same.
Hey, Karma.
If you guys have any questions, go ahead. I'd love to answer anything that might be there.
I have a question for everyone present.
Let's hear it, Seb.
Let's go
Yes.
for it.
What would all of your characters' favorite soda be?
Keep quick, you lead with?
Dr. Pepper.
Ew, Dr. Pepper is disgusting. They fucking taste like fucking.
Look,
Okay,
you're
have you
Pepsi,
tasted
okay?
Look, have you
And none of
tasted
you-
the European Dr. Pepper?
None of you have had ale 8, so I don't want to hear it. Jack squat.
I feel like Tamiel's would be like Fanta.
But
Probably.
fuck
He's-
off,
he
I was
seems-
gonna say the same thing.
He seems like a fruit kind of soda, orange or pineapple or something like that.
Mm. So, ironically, I genuinely think Silas would be a pink lemonade kind of person.
I could see it. He wouldn't like the tartness of regular lemonade, but he wouldn't
Yeah.
like just strawberry juice. The mixture of
Yeah.
it together would make it seem a lot
Yeah,
better to
it's that
Silas.
kind of slight sourness,
He also,
but it's still got
let's
that
be
fresh
real,
bit.
he seems like he would have a non-alcoholic Arnold Palmer.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Like, my first thought was root beer, but maybe not.
I feel like
But-
someone would have cola.
Zorn's just,
Yeah,
They
he
will
would.
enjoy it. Root
he's the
beer.
guy that likes RC Cola.
Zorn is store brand, let's be honest.
Alright, so
Someone is just some guy.
I have a question for you guys.
Ooh.
What did you think about the letters? You don't have to reveal anything, but I'm curious.
Heartbroken.
See, you told everyone that he was dead. I never said he was dead.
I know. What I told you what she took from it.
Okay.
I genuinely don't know how to react with Silas on it.
Also, she said he's gone. So
God means lots of things.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, Silas was very much like, he's no longer here, sacrifices were made, that kind of thing. Like, Tamiel is no longer at our disposal. But Silas is in a really hard position because this, like, at least in Silas's mind, because of his opinions on Tamiel, he definitely appreciates what has been done for Nico. But for Silas, like, one good action does not absolve, like, all the past perceived bad shit that has been done or said or whatever.
Yeah.
Because from Silas's point of view, like, you know, whether or not it's accurate or not, even if it's from his own bias, he still sees Tamiel as someone who, you know, was a thorn in Silas's side. And yes, you've done a very nice thing, and he appreciates that, but that doesn't take away the previous feelings. So he really doesn't know how to feel.
So Silas is a vindictive bitch.
I've never hidden that though.
he's just a whiny
He's not
little
wrong.
vindictive
Well, no,
bitch.
for me, it's like Silas appreciates what Tamiel's done to bring Nico back, but it's like, you were still a pain in the ass. You still, you know, I lost sleep over some of the things that you said. Like that. Yes, it balances the scale a little bit, but that shit doesn't just go away. You know, it's something that Silas needs to spend time thinking on. So I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to find out.
I will say about the letter. Zorn at first was very concerned.
That was so fucking ominous, like bitch.
Yeah,
Like,
it was very ominous. Like, it's like, what are you? What? Are we being watched? Oh, what the fuck?
yeah, what the fuck?
Do we have a stalker?
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder if
That's-
they were gonna find out what the deal with this guy is.
If you have any questions for me, I shall return. I have
Okay.
to pee.
Man.
Oh my god.
So I have one big question for you, Karma.
Hit me. What you got?
So, how are things looking? Is this where I say my adieu, or do
So
you have any plans for next?
it's up to you. You're welcome to come back next session if you want to. I have an idea of when you can leave, or you can leave whenever you want to, but you're welcome to stay for the next episode. I think it'll be the episode after that. You guys might be leaving.
Yeah, I was about to say that, like, next. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, I'm checking my calendar real quick. Yeah, so next episode I would be able to be at. The one after that I definitely would not be able to be present.
That's fine. Essentially, I'm just waiting for.
Yeah.
I was trying to set something else up for you guys.
All right.
But yeah, you guys are going to be able to kind of walk away and still have some kind of answers.
All right. Yeah, checking.
Yeah, sorry I'm pulling you in for 3 episodes, man.
No.
way
I
longer.
enjoyed this. It's like, I'm sure. I will admit there was a part. I forgot which part it was. It was when was it? It was some point like in the middle of the session where I was just there. I was thinking like, right now I feel like when you like your sibling is like at a friend's birthday party and your parents were like, yeah, no, take like take Seb with you, and
Just bring him along.
it's like, yeah, it's like I don't know any of the people here. They're my like my sister, my brother's friends. Like I'm just here because I was forced to be dragged along. I don't know anyone here. I mean, hey, there's cake, but
Yeah. I just thought it'd be interesting to have you guys coming to look for
oh yeah,
Nico.
it is very interesting.
It's so weird. Like it's Nico, but it's Tammy, but it's not, but it is, but it isn't. Like it's such a mindfuck.
I will be honest, it has been kind of fun.
I did love the little conversation we had on the aside.
Yeah.
Between Zord and Silas, I genuinely, I have slowly fallen in love with their relationship.
Oh.
It's because
Like,
Silas
good.
only likes orcs.
It's not even that. It's like, it's because they are two very different orcs. Because obviously Silas has grown up in the rural life, and Zorn has grown up in the urban life, and so like our whole conversation was like, I wish I had your life, but I wish I had your life. Well, we had this. Well, we had this.
Yeah.
It was great.
It's just funny because where we left off, because I was like about to like write about but these are some of the negative things about this life.
Yeah.
But then the story moved on, so I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's so good. Silas was just well, at least you don't have werewolves everywhere.
Yeah, well, at least you don't live very close to the racists. Don't go to the city. That is where the
Yeah.
racists are.
I don't live near the racists. They come to me and ruin my entire life.
When you say it like that, yeah, it might have been a dick comment, like, yeah, well, this city isn't all that's cracked up. That's where all the racists live, it's pretty bad. It's like while sitting in the ruined camp.
Oh my god.
Now in hindsight, I'm glad I didn't write that message because oh boy.
Oh wow.
So completely out of context. Earlier, for those of you watching the video and for my lovely friends here, when I was like ducking and shit, there was a wasp flying around my room, like all
Yikes.
war-zoney, and I'm just like, don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
Stay in the call. Can't give up D&D for a wasp. The D&D is worth
I literally called my boyfriend on my phone, and he answered and I hung up the way he'd come in here. And he was like, that was terrifying, just so you know. And I'm like, I was terrified too. Thank you.
So
yeah, that happened.
I feel like the wasp might be the embodiment of Draxto coming to be like, hey, you son of a fucking shit.
Look, I think I fixed it. If it works, I think I fixed it. But I'm not going to ask Karma if it works because I have to figure out in-game if I just, like, wasted my level up. But, we'll figure it out. Right, Bestie?
Correct.
We'll figure it out.
I got a load of new shit I can do. I'm excited.
I got one thing.
I am still looking at my things.
I got one thing.
I can now do a thing where I actually really like it's a really cool ability, especially for fighter, where if I study a creature for a minute, I can then ask Karma, like, is it the same level as, superior, or inferior to me in like a list of things, and on those lists of things is like all the ability scores, class levels, AC, current hit points. Like it's a load of fun. So like if Silas can sort of keep somebody talking for a bit.
Why do I feel like you're gonna study Draxto just to test this shit out?
I mean,
I fucking call it.
here's the thing. It doesn't mean I have to fight them. I just need to study them actively study them for a minute, and then I can get a little bit of information on them. But I can only do it I can only do it two things per one creature. So I can't just stand there for 5 minutes and learn everything about Draxlo.
Fair.
And then I can also
I have to pick a circle.
I can disarm things now.
Somebody pick a circle for me.
And
How do we-
slightly off oval shape.
Should I be weird and say Circle of Dreams?
Oh, Dread! I mean, it would make sense.
Interesting.
Because there's dreams, there's stars, there's wildfire, there's land, there's Arctic, there's coast, there's desert, there's forest, there's grassland, there's mountain, there's swamp, underdark, moon, shepherd, spores.
I would say either land, and then whichever one goes with the black dragon.
Well, there's one
or...
that's Circle of Land, and then there's Circle of Land, Arctic, coast, desert.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, maybe circle the coast, because you were on a beach in your memory, and, but also dreams is very apparent right now.
I mean, think about it. She's studying this orb.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it would kind of fit into the area of the level up.
Imagine you never played a Circles of the Dreams. I don't even know what it is.
Right. That's why I'm like,
Why not? Go for it.
I'm gonna do it. It's official. There you go. I clicked it.
All right. Any of y'all got any more questions?
I've got one that I put in the thing a while ago. If your character, Zorn Lindell, Mistrix, whatever you want to pick, if they weren't the current class they were, what class would they be?
Oh.
Because I know Silas would be a monk.
The funny thing is, I had the exact same question in my 20-something question.
Sure did.
It's a good question. It's a good question. But yeah, Silas would 100% be a monk, because what's the antithesis of a barbarian? It's a monk.
Nico would be
Completely
a
at
rogue,
peace.
I feel, actually.
Thorn, I think, would be a druid, actually.
Ooh.
I honestly don't know for Ayami. Mainly because this is what feels right for her. Even though she's a sorceress druid, she's the split.
I would say warlock if there was just a fucking draconic subclass.
Oh my fucking god, I want a draconic patron for Warlock so bad. And they made a whole book on dragons. And they didn't fucking add it.
It's making me mad.
Man. I mean, that's what you have Homebrew for, That's exactly what the idea is all about.
Yeah.
Homebrew.
But for Mistrix, I would probably go cleric, honestly.
Oh.
Yeah. It would be weird, but I could see it.
Karma, if Tasha
Only
wasn't
Josh was here.
Yeah.
I really wonder. I'm really curious.
Oh, Kazim 100% I could see being a blood hunter.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Right. But yeah, Karma, if Tasha wasn't clearly a barbarian, because we all know she's a barbarian, what would she be?
Trying to think. It's an excellent question. She would probably be... I want to go with Paladin.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel Paladin, but I
want
don't
to
want
go
to
with
say
Paladin
anything.
is probably what she would be.
Yeah.
I ask you too. If Tammy would have a class, what do you think?
If Tammy would have a class...
Yeah.
Ooh, I feel like with his age and how he just kind of acts, I'm gonna say probably a sorcerer, I want to say.
Sorcerer's
What
got that good
subclass?
Huh?
What subclass?
subclass.
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Shadow sorcery, surely.
So I'm debating either that or he would be a wizard, because he would like fucking not a wizard, a fucking
Oh.
the hell are they called?
Artificer?
No, who's got the spell book? It's not the
That's
Wizard.
wizards.
This is a wizard.
Is it a wizard? Yeah, just because most of everything about him comes from like learning shit. So he would just go out and he would be obsessed with like finding every single spell he could. And then he would try and use that. He would try and do that to try and use that to make new spells, because that's all he's about.
See, I genuinely would have said College of Whispers Bard.
Maybe that's a good one.
Oh.
I don't know. He's not charismatic to be a bard.
I find a very charismatic.
I mean, it's pretty clear when 4 out of 5 people, or no, 3 out of 4 people don't like him.
You know, I would say like it's either or. Either Tammy has shit charisma, but he for some reason rolls really fucking high sometimes, or he has really good charisma, but he rolls really fucking shit.
I'm behind on that, Karma.
That's fine.
Man.
Oh, that brings up a question, though. I'll message you. Well, do you want me to ask you here? Or
Go for it if you want to ask.
Since Mistrix was a warlock under the Fiend for Tharizdun, would that be gone now
Yes.
if she was still here?
Yes, it'd be gone.
Cool. So adjust accordingly. If I adjust.
Correct.
Got it.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
I have a question.
Just in general. Okay, go ahead. You can go first.
My question is, do you think that deck of many things is going to come back up at any point?
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, it is.
If anything, I don't know if I should say that. I don't want to tempt fate.
He doesn't want to throw it out there.
Assuming it's still...
When Zoran leaves, he has to pull all of the cards.
that is actually a fair speak. Like, what if it was like a thing where, like, you know, they're leaving? It's like Silas holds out the deck, like, here, you know, do you want to take one? You know, for luck, and like it takes it. And it's I forgot what it's called. The one where your soul gets sent to like a different plane.
The void.
Yeah.
Void.
Like he just drags it, and then he has rump face plan.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that demon.
Because there is still a very small part of me that's like, there's a chance I open that box that's just fucking empty. But assuming I still have the deck, like, I can see it being a thing where Silas has it and is constantly pondering it. Because, like, that, again, he's never even considered something like this could exist.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, as far as you've made it aware to me, Silas has seen it and sort of been. There's more positives here than negatives in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna use it. He's not gonna be an idiot. Be like, oh, I'm gonna pull 5 cards. Oh fuck! But he's gonna use it sparingly and like, right, when all seems lost, fuck it. It might be helpful.
What? Okay. Crazy theory time. Or future prediction. I don't know. I don't think this will happen. I don't think there's any way this will happen. But just, what if? Okay, so let's just put the scenario out there. Y'all fail. Ferriston, like, it's released, comes back, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You manage to trick Ferriston into pulling a card. They pulled the void. What the fuck happens?
That'd be interesting.
It's like, how did you defeat Ferriston? I pulled void. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Pull a card and I will swear my allegiance to you indefinitely.
Yep, because he's totally the BBEG. Ugh.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, so there's an interesting little tidbit in my letter that I'm like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also fucking curious about your letter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no one is seeing it. Not even Kazim is seeing my letter. but
I am so curious, though.
it's. I will say as much as Tamiel gave Silas a title that he very much disagrees with.
Oh,
Obviously, Karma, you know what that is,
Yes,
but
yes, I do.
because it was Silas the something, and it's something that me as a player I don't really have an opinion on, but Silas is like, no, that's not who I am. That's not
It's-
no.
I asked a quick question.
Oh.
Is it the title you have in your name in this server?
No.
No. That the Silas the Breaker is the title that Silas chose to give himself after the training that
Ah, okay.
montage we had in the
Alright,
thing.
okay.
Basically, when he gave up his power, he from that moment he is Silas the Breaker. For multiple reasons, one of them being he broke his pact with the gods, among breaking other things.
Man, the thought hit me. Like, imagine, like at some point, like in the future, like far in the future, like for whatever reason, like Zorn and Lindell like gets brought into the story. Turns out Zorn has been chosen as the new champion. Hey yo!
I mean, I can see it because that's the thing. The whole idea of that is like, the way, at least the way I sort of interpret it is, like every few years, the power is shifted on, so that you have it long enough to do good, but not so long as for it to you start getting a bit of a power dynamic. So, fuck it, yeah, make Zorn the champion. I want to see that. He deserves it.
It's not Zorn.
The shit.
Like what he deserves it. I don't know whether that is a compliment or a threat.
It's not Zorn. That would be too easy.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I have a few theories on who it could be.
Do you want to share any?
So one thought I had was that the orc I blooded probably wouldn't be, but it's like, that's clearly someone that Silas trusts and is given power.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the gods would see that. Obviously there's always that thought in the back of my head, is like, I hope it's Rogan. I know it's likely not gonna be, but the powers I got allowed me to be resurrected, so that would work for Rogan as well, although then Silas would be terrified, but that's a can of worms we can open another day. And then Zorn was my third. Like, they're my three of who I would pick if it was Silas choosing.
It's weird that Silas would want his kid.
It's not so much something he wants, but it's something that Silas thinks, it would give Rogan a chance at the life Silas wants, a life of greatness that Silas could see happening. Like, it's not so much that he wants, but it's something he would accept. Like, if it was given to the old fuck from the balcony, if it was given to the old fuck on the balcony who's now joined the army, it's like, you could have picked better.
I'm just gonna say one thing I don't realize a lot of you have realized yet. Every time you've changed something, it's never been good.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but it's always been interesting.
It has been interesting. It's just one of those careful what you wish for.
Will that count with the whole thunderstep miss thing? Because I don't know what happened there.
You've used it before, so
Yeah. I was like, because we made the plan to escape using Thunderstep, so I don't know what the fuck happened there, but that was not what I had.
Like, did you have like Thunderstep from the very beginning, or like did you have Thunderwave and you misremembered back then?
I had Thunderstep because I had to read it off to make sure that that's what I wanted to do. And that's why I was like, Thunderwave, that doesn't sound right. And then I read it and I was like, that's not the right thing.
Thunderstep is very different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I had a question.
Yeah.
Just in general, like looking at the map in like just the general like go over like not necessarily like city specifically, but like what region of the map would your characters be most interested in actually visiting or like taking a look at? Just looking straight at the map.
Do I count as answering this question
Correct.
as well?
Bitch,
Yeah, any
yes,
of you-
you in the
any of you
group too
guys.
right now.
I want to see
Always,
the, like,
always keep in mind when I invite you in, there's always a chance of being a recurring character, whether or not you're here.
I want to see the crater.
Yeah.
I'm staring at it.
That would have been interesting.
It's staring at me.
Well, you can yell
I
at
can
them.
hear it
You
whispering in
can
my
yell
mind.
at them because they didn't want to go.
Is that where the cave was?
If you look closer at the map, you'll see that there's a cave drawn on it.
Shit, there is a cave. I see.
I want to see the capital because it seems cool, or the ice area region. I am in love with winter just in general, so we'll go there.
See, if you'd asked me a few weeks ago, it'd be different. But now he's seen it. Silas is enamored by the ocean.
Oh god.
The Isle.
Ah.
Look, Dyer wants the Isle.
No, not the Isle. Just the ocean, like the beach. Just that, because that's something he's never experienced before.
Come
And
on,
there
let's
was
not.
just-
You need a beach episode.
You guys, there will be one soon. I mean, you guys have time. You guys have time. That's all I'm gonna say. You guys have a lot of time.
But yeah, like
God, a beach
just ever
episode.
since that memory, Silas, like the feel of the sand, looking at the ocean and seeing a coral reef, and just the amount of color, like Silas wants to go and see the ocean and like actually experience it. So
I mean, I'm down for a trip to the ocean.
I mean, it's like
Karma?
3 or 4 days south of Rivers Run, so you guys probably get there pretty easily wet.
I realized something.
What's that?
Anything and everything that Mistrix had is in the party right now.
Not the party. Kazim has it.
Yeah, Kazim specifically has it.
Kazim has literally taken all the money, all the magical items, everything.
He has everything.
He is the ninja looter.
So even if she was to come back, she would have nothing.
Correct. You'd be completely naked.
I know where her loot is.
So when is Kazim going to feature on Hoarders?
Well,
You know, Kazim has
let's just
taken
say that
literally
there's.
everything we
Let's
had.
just say I'm secretly hoping that Kazim pulls from the mini decks. There's 2 cards I want him to pull.
There's I've read through it a couple of times. There's a couple that could be very interesting.
There's specifically 2 I want him to pull.
Oh.
Also, this is fair warning. If you pull from the deck of many things, if it says you change your alignment, it changes your alignment.
Oh, dude, I'm all for it. 100%.
Bless you.
That is understood.
I can fully see Silas pulling the card and becoming the evil dictator we thought he was going to be like 3 months ago.
Yeah, pretty
Wait,
much.
you tell me he's not evil already?
So I will say,
Ian.
if any of you pull that card, I take control of your character.
Fuck yeah.
That's
Fair
just
question.
what happens.
A true neutral character pulls a card like that. Which way does it go?
So if it's true neutral,
Yeah.
I've been debating what side you guys are on by your decisions. So off of the decisions you guys make, that's what's gonna decide what it is.
Actually, I have a. Oh, I don't know if I can ask that. If you could send everyone their own messages, like what alignment do you think they have?
Mhm.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
I do want to know mine for sure.
I want to know
if
for
it's something I
Ivy
can get.
because I never selected her shit.
I don't think I have selected mine either. I don't remember.
I have
I
to
selected
double
one
check.
for
Does Zorn have an alignment?
Chaotic
Oh.
stupid.
Oh wait, that's
Right.
my... Oh, I did pick an alignment. Okay.
That is not what you thought you were.
I do not like those laughs. That's
I am so concerned.
No, it makes sense. It's just not something that I actively think about.
Zorn does have
Yeah.
an alignment. Oh, that's nice.
He does?
Yes.
Did I put it there?
Oh my god.
See,
Zorn has a gun.
I haven't got one on his sheet, but I've got one written in my notes of like where I feel Silas is. But
They'll have alignment. Let's see.
I just
Fair, I see
checked.
it. I see
I checked Zorn's background, and it's not what I thought it would be.
Wait, I don't remember what I put there.
Do you want me to tell you?
Oh, I have alignment. Oh, that's actually quite okay. Yeah, you can tell me.
His background is athlete.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
he
So
goes,
all the running he's done makes a lot more sense now.
does it though?
He's reliving his glory days.
Zephyr, do you want me to
Don't
tell you
judge.
what I see yours?
no,
Okay.
I want you to just keep that to yourself.
Okay.
I'm curious.
I only wanted it because I
Like,
never.
what do you think of Zorn? Just based off the limited time.
Do you want me to just tell you or want me to message you?
I very much agree with what I read.
You can message
Very,
me.
very, very accurate.
Man, I'm looking at the limited spells Zorn has and realizing, I didn't get to use any of them. Haven't used any of them. I had a plan for one of them, but that went out the window.
Hey, maybe one of those days. Maybe
Welcome
it will be
to
brought
D&D,
back.
where your plans are your failures.
Plans mean nothing
There's
in
spells
D&D.
on my spell list I haven't even touched or looked in the direction of. That I can still cast and not even once considered doing it.
Okay, guys. I think this is a good time for us to kind of go on to do other things. I appreciate you guys coming here. Episode 25 is going to be a little bit longer than normal, but that's perfectly okay. We're going to go check out Zeppy, since he's playing on Elusive, the server that we all play on, and I guess on my thing he's dead, but yeah, interesting how that goes. But anyway, guys, I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for coming to watch and hang out with us, and I hope you all have a fantastic, amazing day. Seb, do you want to do it this time?
I was just about to say that I don't know if it's for everyone, but the raid just got cancelled for me.
I did it because I'm gonna play the theme song. So
I see. But I would be honored. Hopefully my mic will pick it up this time. Bye-bye.
What is a ray of light without the shadow it creates? What is the darkness without desire for flame? What is a warrior without a worthy foe? What would you like to do? It's time to roll. When the lines between good and evil are blurred, no one knows if there is Dune or Paler came first. An ancient struggle throughout all time to push against the other keeps both upright. Is the coming chaos worth the peace? Is it all just a puzzle to complete? A one-sided coin can't exist, isn't real, and thus goes the tales of Ethyl. Thus goes the tales of Ethyl.